Chapter 102. Within the Shrek Sanctuary. All of the higher-ups of the Shrek Sanctuary were gathered in a conference hall. Light and Dark Dalaw, Long Night Moon, Heavenly Ice Dalaw, Wu Zhongkong, eldest disciple Brother Lan Muzi, and eldest disciple Sister Tang Yinming. Tang Yinming was holding a little boy in her arms. This was clearly her and Lan Muzi's son. Shrek's 6 monsters were also present, as well as Yari, who was holding her daughter. All of them seemed to be waiting for someone. In the next instant, an inky black rift appeared before their eyes, and Tang Wulin emerged from within. Everyone faltered slightly upon seeing this. When had Tang Wulin learned this technique? However, they immediately understood what was going on. Tang Wulin followed closely behind Tang Wulin. "Welcome back, Senior," everyone said in a respectful manner toward Tang Wulin. "There's no need to salute me. How many times do I have to say this? There's no need to salute me when you see me in the future. Just treat me as an equal," Tang Wulin said. "No, Senior, we don't have that right," Long Night Moon said. "Sigh, let's not waste any more time. I heard from Wulin that you want to rebuild the Shrek Sanctuary?" Tang Wulin asked. Everyone nodded in response. In that case, you'll be opposing the entire Federation. There's no way that the Pagoda Sanctuary and the Holy Ghost religion will allow Shrek to rebuild, and there are other major powers as well. This is going to be a battle against the entire world. However, I like it. A smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. "Does that mean you're also planning to intervene, Senior?" Long Night Moon asked in an elated manner. "How can I not intervene? After all, this is the place that raised me in the past." Tang Wulin replied with a faint smile. "Oi, Monkey, you guys can come out as well," Tang Wulin suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. Was there anyone else? In the next second, everyone saw 2 figures suddenly appear behind Tang Wulin. One of them was a handsome young man with blonde hair. He was wearing a chainmail, and his long blonde hair was draped over his back. With a golden rod hanging behind his neck, the young man's first impression was that he came from ancient times. Beside him stood a black-haired young woman. She was extremely beautiful, even more so than Yali. She wore a set of purple robes, and she was holding a purplish-green sword in her scabbard. Don't ask me what colors purple and green are. If you want to know, please tell me what blue, gold, green, and chaos colors are first. Let me introduce myself. This is Supreme Treasure. His title is Heaven's Equal Doloa. His cultivation is temporarily suppressed to the level of a quasi-god. His martial soul is the Rui Jingubang. Zixia. Her title is Purple and Green Doloa. Her cultivation is also temporarily suppressed to the level of a quasi-god. Her martial soul is the Purple and Green Sword, Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. "Hello." Supreme Treasure and Zixia greeted them. This, temporarily suppressed to the level of a quasi-god? Everyone noticed one thing. That's right, temporarily suppressed. Their true strength is that of a god. Supreme Treasure has 9 rings and a 10th ring, so he's a half-step god emperor. Zixia has 8 rings, so she's a paramount god, Tang Wulin said calmly. But because of Bro Dance Spirit's request, we had to do this. We owe him a big favor. Supreme Treasure held Zixia's hand. Zixia gripped Supreme Treasure's hand tightly. "They're the helpers I brought here. They're only responsible for beating people up, not construction," Tang Wulin said. "Don't worry. As long as we're here, no matter who comes looking for trouble, Old Sun will teach them a lesson." Supreme Treasure said indifferently. "I'll let them know how terrifying the 2 of us are." Zixia waved the purple and green sword in her hand. At the Spirit Pagoda headquarters. "What? They're all dead?" East Wine Through the Ages was shocked. The Contra kneeling in front of him said with a trembling voice, "It's true. The Tower Master, Elder Hiroshi, that titled Awe, and everyone else died in an instant. They didn't even know how they did it. I was the only one who came back alive. It was that terrifying person who told me to bring back a message. He said to tell the Tower Master to be careful. If you dare to stop us, then bring it on. Bastard." East Wind Through the Ages crushed his own cup. His eyes were wide open, and green vines covered his forehead. The Contra was trembling in fear. "You can leave first." He held his forehead and said, "Yes." The Contra hurriedly left. East Wind through the ages pinched his forehead. Then he took out a soul communicator from a secret compartment under the table and pressed a long string of numbers. "What's the matter? Why are you calling at this time?" A hoarse voice came from the other side. "Have you heard that Shrek is going to rebuild?" East Wind through the ages said. "Heard? Huh. The whole continent knows about it now." That voice is extremely terrifying. It actually spread across the entire continent of Doloa. Now, many people from the major powers have their eyes on the spirit ice post Sidon Lake. Of course, I also sent the 3 heavenly kings there to gather information. The voice on the other side said, "We've really underestimated Shrek. It seems that Shrek has an extremely powerful person overseeing it." Who was the one who said that Shrek was destroyed and couldn't be rebuilt? Who was the one who said that Shrek would become history? East Wind through the ages said mockingly. "What do you mean by that?" East Wind through the ages, "We helped you blow up Shrek, and you're still acting like you're in the right? Don't forget that you also had a foot in it." The voice said angrily. Don't forget that you guys said that you would always look after Yunming's soul. But what happened? You guys told me that Yunming's soul was stolen. How do you explain that to me? East Wind through the ages said angrily. Over in Tangmin, it seems that there's also a powerful person who took action. He defeated the 3 heavenly kings of Doloa and stole Yunming's soul. However, even if that person has Yunming's soul, he can't revive him. I guarantee that Screen can't be revived. You should know how powerful my 9 ghost soul-chasing nail is. It was because of it that I was able to kill Yunming. If it wasn't for the Dark Phoenix's insistence that the power I left in his soul didn't explode, his soul would have been destroyed long ago. It's impossible for him to be revived. Even a god doesn't have that ability. You're just the trashiest god out there. Any first-tier god would be able to save Yunming. I'll wait for you to be slapped in the face. East Wind through the ages gradually calmed down. I'll personally investigate Shrek's situation. Get ready. I want you guys to destroy the rebuilt Shrek Academy at all costs. No matter how many people are still alive, kill them all. Leave no one alive. We can't let Shrek rise again. They can't do that. Huh? Why should I listen to you? Ghost Emperor said indifferently. You, don't forget our agreement. East Wind through the ages said fiercely. Agreement? What about the war? What about the war? What happened to the millions of souls that were promised? Where are they? You guys from Pagoda can't even deal with the Tongmen's new leader, Tang Wuling. You caused that plan to go bankrupt and delayed our plan greatly. You still have the face to talk to me about an agreement? East Wind through the ages said, was I willing to do that? Who would have thought that the Tangmen would do something like that? But now they've become a treasonous organization. Soon, I'll definitely push the council to start the war again. This time, the commander of the army is Hanhai Doru. We can't control him either. Next time, I'll try to use generals that we can directly control. Ghost Emperor, you have to understand that if Shrek rises again, it won't be good for you guys either. Do you want to see them rise again? I don't want to either, but we don't know Shrek's current strength. Moreover, Shrek and the Tangmen are allies. Chao Deji and Zhang Xin are still alive. They'll definitely support Shrek's reconstruction. Ghost Emperor said solemnly. East Wind through the ages' eyes flashed with murderous intent. Hasn't the drug been successfully developed? Would he be able to ask the Demon Emperor to help him and finish the job in one fell swoop? Once we get rid of Shrek and the Tongmen's higher-ups, no one will be able to stop us. A mere Demon Emperor doesn't have the strength to do that. He'll just be sending himself to death. Ghost Emperor said, I need to think about it. Wait for my news. Go and investigate Shrek's situation as soon as possible. My 3 subordinates will do their best to cooperate with you and delay their reconstruction as much as possible. Okay, no matter what, we can't let Shrek's reconstruction succeed. East Wind through the ages said solemnly. After the call with Ghost Emperor ended, East Wind through the ages leaned back in his chair. He was really tired. He stood up and shouted respectfully, Her Grace. Whoosh! The ice blue throne first appeared in front of him, and then Tang Yuling appeared on it. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Your Majesty, I'm sure you heard that voice as well, right? Xingu Dongfeng asked in a respectful manner. I heard it. Do you want to ask me what kind of god it is? Huh. Anyway, it's not a human. Tang Yuling said calmly. Not a human? East Wind through the ages was shocked. If it's not a human, could it be a soul beast? Or could it be a god? East Wind through the ages said in shock. You're not that stupid, Tang Yuling said with a smile. East Wind through the ages didn't expect that Shrek would have a god overseeing it. Fortunately, they also had a god here, her grace. Although he didn't know how strong she was, seeing that she didn't care about the voice, she probably didn't care about the owner of the voice. Idiot, that's her. And then? You call me out because of this? Tang Yuling's voice became cold. No, actually, I have something to discuss with you. East Wind through the ages said with a trembling voice. Oh, what is it? The matchmaking convention. Her Grace, you should know that my grandson is dating your second sister, Guyena. Before East Wind through the ages could finish, Tang Yuling's angry voice sounded, Shut up. Tang Yuling's aura exploded, suppressing East Wind through the ages so that he couldn't move. I wouldn't dare. This is what I'm thinking. If we hold a matchmaking convention for your second sister, Guyena, maybe that person will come too? East Wind through the ages said with a trembling voice. Oomph, what a foolish and ignorant junior. You think this way? Wait, if we add? Tang Yuling thought for a while. Then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Hee, that'll be interesting. Her Grace, what's interesting? East Wind through the ages asked with a trembling voice. Kid, in a few days you will announce to the public that Pagoda is going to hold a matchmaking convention. Yes, tell them that my second sister, Guyena, my third sister, Byakuya, and I, Tang Yuling, will be holding a matchmaking convention. We will publicly choose our Mr. Right. Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuling laughed like a child, then disappeared without a trace along with her throne. Jump. Every transport vehicle carried 30 tons of resources, including all kinds of basic resources and auxiliary soul tools. According to the Shrek Academy's plan, they would first rebuild 3 teaching buildings. Then, with this as the center, they would gradually expand along the lakeside of the Poseidon Lake. Some of the original Shrek Academy's functional areas would be gradually developed. In terms of financial resources, Shrek Academy had the support of the Tang men, so there wouldn't be any problems for the time being. At the same time, Shrek Sanctuary also had some of his accumulated wealth. This wealth wasn't just money, but more importantly, some ancient books and secret manuals. These were the most valuable things in Shrek Academy. It was the foundation. The first thing that Emoland's craftsmen had to do was to drive the piles. They had maps in their hands and wore anti-radiation suits. They began to drive the piles according to the map. Every 30 meters, a metal pile would be driven down, then connected with barbed wire to form a barrier that isolated the outside world. With 300 people working together, it was very fast. Just like that, they surrounded the periphery of the Poseidon Lake and continued to work. This isolation was undoubtedly very simple, but there was one advantage to it, and that was that it declared sovereignty. Stop, all of you stop. Who gave you permission to build things here? What are you doing? More than 10 police cars arrived at the construction site amidst the ear-piercing sirens. A group of soldiers jumped down from the cars. They all had soul ray guns in their hands and stopped the workers who were in the middle of construction. The man with the insignia of a captain at the front said coldly, "Who's in charge here? Who gave you permission to?" But before he could finish, he saw a golden light flash toward him. Puffed. In the blink of an eye, the captain's head was gone. The headless corpse fell to the ground, blood spurting out. A golden-haired youth suddenly appeared in front of them. He twirled the golden staff in his hand and slung it over his shoulder. Scram! The golden-haired youth said calmly. The remaining soldiers were shocked. They didn't think that someone would attack without saying anything. You actually killed the captain. You wait. The military won't let you go. A staff sergeant pointed at the golden-haired youth and said viciously. He led the soldiers into the car and left. Old son will wait here. Let's see who you can send. Anyway, it won't be as grand as 10 million celestial soldiers. Supreme Treasure leaned against the Jingu bang on the ground. It'll be strange if it's as grand as celestial soldiers. Zixia walked up to Supreme Treasure. They're all mortals after all. That's true, Supreme Treasure said. Back then, I fought against 10 million celestial soldiers alone for you. But it's a pity that in the end, you still... Zixia immediately covered Supreme Treasure's mouth and leaned into his embrace. It's all in the past. Don't mention it again. I don't want to recall those unpleasant memories. I know, my dear wife, Supreme Treasure said with a smile. You are annoying. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Zixia hammered Supreme Treasure's chest. And we haven't met your parents yet. My brother has already agreed, Supreme Treasure said. But my sister didn't agree. Zixia smiled mischievously. Hearing Zixia mention her sister, Supreme Treasure suddenly trembled and shrank his head. Why do you have to mention Qingxia? Supreme Treasure mumbled. I don't care. Anyway, if you want to marry me, you have to go through my sister first, Zixia said mischievously. Then let's talk about it at night. I haven't seen your sister in a long time, Supreme Treasure said with nostalgia. Hee hee. Zixia smiled. Then she thought to herself, Sister, this is all I can help you with. I'm feeding myself dog food. An hour later, woola woola woola, the ear-piercing siren sounded again. More than 10 cars arrived. This time, a lieutenant colonel, a senior colonel, and a lieutenant general alighted from the cars. The lieutenant general was leading the group. He looked to be in his 30s and had a dignified look on his face. Moreover, his aura was very intimidating. One look, and one could tell that he was a super doloa. The lieutenant general saw Supreme Treasure and Zixia being lovey-dovey. The moment he saw Zixia's appearance, he felt a ripple in his heart. What a beautiful girl. No. I'm here on official business. He shook his head at the slave. He walked toward Supreme Treasure and the rest. Are you the ones who attacked our military? Men, hand them over to me. Swoosh. There was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Then, Zixia slowly sheathed the indigo sword that she had unsheathed. Then, she snuggled into Supreme Treasure's arms with a blissful expression. What do you want to eat for dinner? Supreme Treasure asked. I haven't eaten the omelet rice you made for me in a long time. Make me omelet rice tonight, Zixia said softly in his arms. Okay, I'll make it for you. Supreme Treasure patted her head. Sir, the senior colonel and lieutenant colonel realized that the lieutenant general had stopped moving. The senior colonel touched the lieutenant general, but the moment he touched him, the lieutenant general's head fell off. Puffed. Blood pressure shot up. The senior colonel and lieutenant colonel fell to the ground in fright. You scram. You're disturbing us. Zun Bao and Zixia God said coldly to the officers in unison. The invisible murderous aura from their bodies instantly scared the crap out of the officers. You retreat. The senior colonel looked as if he had seen a ghost. He turned around and ran away. On Shrek's side, Xiesun and the rest stared blankly at the fleeing officers. So we don't have to do anything. It seems like that's the case. His Majesty Heaven's equal and His Majesty Zi Qing are too scary, Yu Jingyu said in a trembling voice. Meanwhile, in another place. Brother-in-law, is it really okay to kill people from the military like this? Tang Wulin asked Tang Wulin. Looks like those brats from the military and the Federation have all forgotten the lessons of the past. I'm just trying to remind them of the lessons of the past, Tang Wulin said in an indifferent voice after finishing a cup of coffee. Then why didn't you do it yourself? Why did you have to let Big Brother Supreme Treasure do it? Tang Wulin was confused. They're all small fries, not the brats who know me. I can leave them to Monkey and the rest. Tang Wulin smiled. What if the media reports that Shrek used force? Before Tang Wulin could finish, Tang Wulin smiled. They won't dare to report it, because I'm the one in charge of the official media now. What? Shouldn't the Federation be the one in charge? Tang Wulin was stunned. They're only in charge of the media without any reputation. Besides, this place is Shrek's territory. Even if it's destroyed, we can't allow anyone to take back Shrek's territory, Tang Wulin said. Tang Wulin didn't say anything. With Supreme Treasure and Zixia in charge, more than half a month had passed. The Federation didn't send any more people to cause trouble. Even the military didn't do anything. It seemed that they had to swallow this loss because they couldn't afford to lose anything. 10 titled battle pet warriors had already died. They had been watching in the dark, but they didn't see how they died. They didn't know how the young man and the girl did it. In the end, they knew what was good for them and left. They didn't dare to send more people. They knew how horrifying it was to kill a titled battle pet warrior de Lua in an instant. They didn't have the guts to come back again. The construction was going smoothly. At the very least, no one came to cause trouble. It was a good start. Furthermore, the sky interference dome had also been constructed, making any probing useless. At the Spirit Pagoda headquarters, I told you I don't know what kind of powerful warriors those two are. They can't be quasi-gods. Even I don't have the strength to kill a titled Dolua in one move, let alone so many titled Dolua. Those two who look like young man and girl must be at the virtual god realm. I didn't expect Shrek to have virtual god realm warriors. Moreover, he was still a young virtual god expert. Because of the interference, we can't see the progress of the Shrek Academy's reconstruction. How are the preparations going? East Wind through the ages said to the phone. Needless to say, it was the Ghost Emperor on the other end. His Majesty the Demon King has already awakened, Harosha, and the 3 heavenly kings have also returned. Now, we need to focus on something else. It's very important. The Shrek Academy's reconstruction will take some time. Let's put it aside for now. As for the 2 powerful warriors guarding Shrek, don't worry. Once we're done here, we'll be invincible on the continent. Where did he get his confidence from? East Wind through the ages was stunned. What's going on? Why are you being so secretive? You don't need to know. This is an internal matter of the Holy Ghost religion. As for Shrek, you just have to think of a way to stall him. If you can get your hands on a 3rd Godslayer missile, you can blast him again. What do you think a Godslayer missile is? East Wind through the ages frowned. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling from the Ghost Emperor's tone. What is the Holy Ghost religion trying to do? Why are they being so secretive? To him, the Holy Ghost religion had always been a double-edged sword. This organization existed in the underworld and could do things he couldn't do openly. But at the same time, as his understanding of the Holy Ghost religion deepened, he felt more and more uncontrollable. If it weren't for that ultimate goal, why would he ask a tiger for its skin? All right, let's leave it at that for now. Don't worry. As long as we succeed, we'll be able to speed up our progress. Once we succeed, the Shrek Academy is nothing. When that time comes, no one on the entire Doloa planet will be a match for us. The Ghost Emperor's voice seemed to carry a special kind of enticement. East Wind through the ages said in a low voice, "All right, but you better hurry. I'll do my best to find out the truth about Shrek's side. You're such a secretive person. There are many things that you should be decisive about. Now that you've taken control of the Parliament, can't you mobilize some military forces?" The Ghost Emperor gloated. They've already been mobilized. The military sent 9 titled law and a battalion of soldiers over. But guess what happened? None of them came back alive. We've underestimated the 2 mighty figures sitting on Shrek's side. I think they're virtual God Realm experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill 9 titled battle pet warriors and so many others. East Wind through the ages said in a trembling voice. There was silence on the other side. Clearly, they didn't expect this either. Don't worry. Once our plan succeeds, 2 virtual God Realm experts won't be able to do anything to us. I'll wait for your good news. East Wind through the ages hung up and rubbed his head tiredly. He had been too busy. Young man, you're really stupid. Tang Yuling appeared out of nowhere. She was still sitting on the ice-blue throne. Her Grace, East Wind through the ages, stood up in shock when he saw Tang Yuling. You've been used by others, and you didn't realize it until now. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? You idiot. Tang Yuling mocked East Wind through the ages. East Wind through the ages trembled. Her Grace, what do you mean by that? You're really insulting the word idiot when I say that you're stupid. The Holy Ghost religion has been using you all this time. They used you to destroy Shrek and Tangmen. Although they seem to have suffered great losses, they're the ones who benefited the most. Let me guess, those little bastards from the Holy Ghost religion must have used the opportunity to get rid of the false and retain the truth to drag you down with them. Am I right? Tang Yuling said calmly. Qinggu Dongfeng shuddered upon hearing this, and he was completely at a loss for words, as if he were silently agreeing to Tang Wulin's words. At his level, all of them knew what lay beyond this level, and he really was unable to resist the temptation of dispelling falsehood. That was a chance for eternal life. It was extremely hard for anyone to resist. Oomph. Foolish man, you have no foresight at all. The Holy Ghost religion has found a better partner now. You're no longer useful to them. Tang Yuling said calmly. What? East whined through the ages trembled. Oomph. Forget it. Young man, in a few days, you'll announce to the public that you're looking for a groom. Tang Yuling said and disappeared along with the ice blue throne. Farewell, Lady Her Grace. East whined through the ages said respectfully. On Shrek's side, you said that the seed of life needs to absorb life force? So you want to go to the star, Doe Forest to replenish the seed of life's life force? Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin and asked, Yes, that's because that's the only place with rich life force. Also, the seed of life told me that there's a life core in the Stardoe Forest. It needs some life force from the Stardoe Forest life core. Tang Wulin said, Oomph. Wulin, I can't help but admire you. You're the third person who dared to go after the Stardoe Forest crystal of life. Tang Wulin said with a smile, Brother-in-law, are you saying that there were people who tried to rob it in the past? Tang Wulin asked. Hee, that's right, the first person was me. It's just that I wasn't trying to rob it. I was able to absorb it at any time. Those great beasts were on good terms with me, so they didn't say anything. After me, there was an arrogant tortoise in the Stardoe Forest who thought he was invincible and swallowed a small fragment from the life crystal. However, that small fragment almost took that tortoise's life. Now, you're the third person. Also, do you think you can beat the current 10 great beasts of the Stardoe Forest? Tang Wulin asked with a faint smile. The current 10 great beasts of the Stardoe Forest. Tang Wulin was astonished. Didn't they say that all terrestrial soul beasts were extinct? That's fake news that Pagoda announced to the public because there are still many soul beasts living in the depths of the Stardoe Forest. Living soul beasts are very precious, so Pagoda kept them as pets. Tang Wulin's eyes suddenly flashed with fury as he spoke. Brother-in-law, calm down. Calm down. Tang Wulin hurriedly calmed Tang Wulin down. Don't worry, I'm fine. Then why did you crush the cup? After a brief moment, Brother-in-law, can you tell me more about the 10 great beasts of the Stardoe Forest? Tang Wulin asked curiously. The current 10 great beasts of the Stardoe Forest are powerful soul beasts that have existed for a long time. The weakest among them is a great beast that's over 200,000 years old. The current 10 great beasts of the Stardoe Forest is first, the Golden Eyes Black Dragon King Dtion. He's the current leader of the Darkness Dragon King of the 9 Great Dragon Kings, and has a cultivation of over 900,000 years. The second Emerald Swan, by G, is the only kind soul beast that opposes fighting among the 10 great beasts. She's good at healing, and has a cultivation of about 600,000 years. The third Demon King is a plant-type soul beast, the Demonic Eye Tree. He's one of the best plant-type soul beasts, and has a cultivation of 550,000 years. The fourth Bear Lord is the Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear that you told me about in the past. Although he's ranked 4th, his fighting strength is second only to Dtion. Furthermore, he's only different from Dtion in terms of cultivation. If their cultivations were on the same level, it would be very difficult to determine the victor. He has a cultivation of 500,000 years. The fifth Scarlet King is an extinct soul beast, the 3-headed Scarlet Devil Mastiff. He's very likely the last 3-headed Scarlet Devil Mastiff in the entire continent, and is cultivated for about 300,000 years. The sixth Infernal Demon Dragon King is a member of the Infernal Demon Dragon clan, and has a cultivation of 300,000 years. The seventh Demonic Spirit Beast is an extinct species, and is the last member of the Demonic Spirit clan. He has a cultivation of 250,000 years. The 8th and 9th demons are a group called the Seven Demons. They're two dark golden terraclaw bears, but they're not ordinary dark golden terraclaw bears. They're strong enough to hurt DT if they work together, and have a cultivation of 200,000 years. The 10th celestial cat is a rare beast among cat-type soul beasts. Why is it called a rare beast? It's because it has an attack that can ignore any defense. That's why it's called the Army Destroyer. Her cultivation is only 190,000 years. However, her strength is absolutely terrifying. She can directly break through DT's defense. Tang Wulin said, as if he was telling a story. So powerful, Tang Wulin said with a trembling voice. Even Xiao Wu, who had seen the world, was trembling. Therefore, I don't recommend you to go to the Stardow Forest. With your current strength, you'll be courting death if you go in. Tang Wulin said, if you're talking about life force, I can provide it. I have an existence here that's stronger than the life core in the Stardow Forest. As soon as Tang Wulin finished speaking, an expressionless little loli with long green hair and a set of white robes appeared beside Tang Wulin. It was quite clear that she had no elemental attributes. The little loli's sudden appearance gave Tang Wulin a fright. Let me introduce you, little Ling of my... Tang Wulin didn't say anything. Little Linger spoke first. I'm Master's weapon, the Life God Sword. Little Linger's emotionless voice sounded. This weapon? Tang Wulin was stunned. A weapon could take human form? He was shocked. Only then did he discover that the seed of life had begun to tremble. It seemed to be very excited and very fearful. She could make the seed of life excited and fearful. What kind of person was this little loli? Little Linger, transfer some life force to the seed of life, Tang Wulin said. Then, Little Linger wants a reward. Little Linger said calmly to Tang Wulin. All right, we'll talk about it when we get back, Tang Wulin said with a smile. No, Little Linger wants it now, Little Linger said in an indifferent voice. Tang Wulin was speechless. He heaved a faint sigh before reaching out with a resigned expression and patting Little Linger's head. Little Linger closed her eyes, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face as a faint smile appeared on her face. Tang Wulin's jaw dropped to the ground. Is this all right? Tang Wulin asked in a resigned manner. Yes. Little Linger nodded in an obedient manner before disappearing in the blink of an eye. She's transferring her life force to the seed of life. Little Linger's life force is the purest life force in the entire universe. That's why the seed of life is both excited and fearful. It needs that pure life force very much, but at the same time, it's also very fearful of it. It's afraid that Little Linger will devour it instead. Tang Wulin explained with a faint smile. Tang Wulin chose to remain silent. Also, your second trial is about to begin, kid. That's a test of your mental fortitude, so go into seclusion, Tang Wulin said. Oh. Tang Wulin nodded before going into seclusion. A serious look appeared on Tang Wulin's face as he cast his gaze toward the Stardow Forest. They are about to make their move, Tang Wulin murmured. So be it. I said I wouldn't interfere, so I definitely won't. Spirit Pagoda Headquarters East Wind, through the ages, was currently conversing with Sengoku Jokio. It was clear that they'd been conversing for some time. Sengoku Jokio said in a cold voice, Nana used to study at the Shrek Academy, and Tang Wulin was her classmate at the time. Furthermore, Tang Wulin was the class president, and Nana was the vice class president when they were in the outer court. They were even in the same team. East Wind, through the ages, furrowed his brows slightly. Go on, Sengoku Jokio said. We originally had this information, but there were some things that we didn't know. I bribed an outer court disciple who was later expelled from the Shrek Academy, and he told me something very important. During the Poseidon Fated Blind Date, Tang Wulin once proposed to Nana, and Nana even agreed to his proposal. What did you say? East Wind, through the ages, was shocked. Sengoku Jokio said in a deep voice, although I was very jealous when I heard this information, and even wanted to question Nana, I still held back. Because from the current situation, this information is an opportunity for us to break out of this situation. East Wind, through the ages' eyes flashed. You mean to say that we should use Tang Wulin's feelings for Guyuna? Sengoku Jokio nodded. Their feelings for each other should be very deep. According to the outer court disciple's description, that should be the case. Tang Wulin isn't the only one who likes Nana, and Nana should have a good impression of him as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to his proposal during the Poseidon-fated blind date. But why is Nana still with us? She should have made a choice, or rather, she's conflicted in her heart. She knows that Pagoda is more suitable for her development, but she still likes Tang Wulin. I'm guessing that the Shrek Academy's destruction is the reason why she's so determined to follow us. East Wind through the ages asked, what do you plan to do? Grandpa, the information I mentioned to you about Nana and the matchmaking convention every night is an opportunity. This is an opportunity, Chingu Zhangting said. East Wind through the ages trembled. He immediately knew what Sengoku Jokio wanted to do. It would have been better if you didn't mention it. Are you trying to scare me to death now that you mention it? That's Her Grace and her sister's matchmaking convention. Do you want to die? You want to lure Tang Wulin out and let him participate in the matchmaking convention to settle things with him. If you win, not only will you suppress Shrek and the Tang men, you might even be able to win Nana and every knight's heart, right? Are you confident? East Wind through the ages said with a trembling voice. That's right. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm very confident in my charm. Sengoku Jokio said as he flicked his hair. Shameless. But their eldest sister doesn't like you at all. Even if they agree to you, their eldest sister, Tang Yuling, will make them leave you. East Wind through the ages said with a trembling voice. Eldest sister? Sengoku Jokio was stunned. He didn't even know about Tang Yuling's existence. That's her. East Wind through the ages took out Tang Yuling's photo. Ah, it's her. Sengoku Jokio said with a shocked voice. What? You know her? East Wind through the ages was shocked. The first time I met her, it was Tang Wulin who was carrying her on his back when she was asleep. They seem to be very close, Sengoku Jokio said. What? East Wind through the ages was shocked. His first thought was that Tang Wulin and Her Grace had some sort of ambiguous relationship, but the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. No, maybe it's because Tang Wulin likes his sister, and Her Grace personally tested Tang Wulin to see if he was qualified, he thought. Grandpa, you said that she's Guyuna and Byakuya's eldest sister? Then maybe I can also... Before Sengoku Jokio could finish, East Wind through the ages slammed the table and scolded, Bastard, do you want to die? Ah, what's wrong? Sengoku Jokio didn't know what he said to make his grandpa so angry. She's very strong. She's a god. You want to blaspheme a god? Are you trying to destroy our family of the ages? East Wind through the ages had never been so angry before. His grandson wanted to flirt with a god? He was simply courting death. A god? Sengoku Jokio's expression was very rich, and his face was full of shock. He wanted to flirt with a god? However, that girl was actually a god? Other than shock, there was only a trace of greed left. That girl was a god? That's great. As long as he could find a way to flirt with her, then he could ask her the secret to becoming a god. This guy definitely doesn't want to live anymore. Grandpa, it's even better if she's a god. Think about it. If your grandson managed to flirt with a god, how strong would he be? Sengoku Jokio said with a smile. Strong your mom. East Wind through the ages really wanted to scold his grandson to death. He didn't know how terrifying a god was. Grandpa, if I successfully flirt with her, then wouldn't I become a god's groom? At that time, I'll be famous in the continent of Doloa, and I'll make Tang Yuling a member of our family of the ages. At that time, who in the continent of Doloa would dare to mess with our family of the ages? More importantly, I might even be able to ask Yuling the secret to becoming a god. Grandpa, I'll tell you the secret. Then you'll have the chance to live forever. East Wind through the ages fell into deep thought. To be honest, the temptation was really great. However, she had seen Her Grace's strength, and she was definitely at the level of a god. How could Sengoku Jokio make her a member of the family of the ages? Grandpa, I know what you're thinking. You just need to lend me the family's treasure, and you'll know. Watch your grandson shine at the matchmaking convention. Nana, every night, and Yu Ling will be the future daughter-in-law of our family of the ages. Sengoku Jokio seemed to have already seen him in a groom's outfit, and Guyena didn't need Tang Yuling to marry him in a bride's outfit. Oh my, oh my, oh my, this kid is really turning white. I can't stop him from courting death. So it's better if you die. East wind through the ages' heart was about to jump out of his chest. Luckily, her grace wasn't here, or his grandson would really be done for. Did he really think that a god like Her Majesty the Queen would be interested in him? There should be a limit to his narcissism. At a certain place, Tang Yuling, who was grooming Byakuya, who had turned into a white wolf, suddenly moved her ears. Then, she snorted softly. "What's wrong, mistress?" "Mistress?" Bai Yi, who had turned into a white wolf, asked curiously. "You should have heard it, right?" "Xiao Yi," Tang Yuling said calmly. "Byakuya doesn't want to listen to the nonsense of an arrogant guy. It'll dirty my ears. Mistress, don't pay attention to him. He's just a clown. The only one who's worthy of mistress is master." Byakuya said, "Huh, I like hearing you call me mistress." Tang Yuling smiled as she patted Byakuya's furry head. "I have to call you that. You're master's evil incarnation. In a sense, you're my master." Byakuya muttered in her heart. "Mistress, are you doing this to force master to come here?" Byakuya asked. "Yes, force him to come here, and then make him marry me." Tang Yuling looked at the ceiling and said calmly. However, Byakuya could see the anticipation in Tang Yuling's eyes. Byakuya chose to remain silent. Master's evil incarnation had fallen in love with Master. Could this be what Master's previous master told me about? The legendary self-attack? Chapter 103. Joust for Spouse? Gu Yuna stared blankly at East Wind through the ages. Meanwhile, Byakuya stared at East Wind through the ages calmly. Of course, she knew what he was up to. If it wasn't for the fact that her master hadn't given the order, she would have already destroyed this scum and his entire family of the ages. East Wind through the ages said in a pleasant tone, "Yes, a joust for a spouse. In fact, this is a very important event for Pagoda. Nana, as you know, every night, our Pagoda has been facing a lot of problems recently, especially the pressure of public opinion. We were attacked by the Tang men, which caused us a lot of trouble. In order to divert the public's attention and make Pagoda more recognized by the public, we have decided to hold this joust for a spouse. The goal isn't to find a husband for you. Instead, it's to make the Spirit Pagoda more widely recognized by the public through this event." Hypocrite. In private, many of our Pagoda's young talents refer to Nana and Every Night as the two greatest goddesses in Pagoda's history. This saying is widely accepted. Holding this joust for a spouse is also beneficial to the cultivation of our Pagoda's younger generation. It's killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, exposing yourself in front of the public is also beneficial for your future. Forgive me for being blunt, but they're now gods. You scum. Gu Yuna stared at East Wind through the ages with furrowed brows. She quickly thought of something and said, "Tower Master, but I don't like to be exposed in front of the public. This is actually your sister Tang Yuling's idea. She wants to hold a joust for you, Byakuya, and herself." East Wind through the ages hesitated for a moment before replying. "Sister Yuling's idea?" Gu Yuna was stunned. Then, after thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I agree. But," Gu Yuna nodded, "the final victor must defeat all three of us sisters by himself. Otherwise, how could he conquer the hearts of us three sisters?" "Good. It's settled then. Then we'll head back first." Gu Yuna and Byakuya left the office. After they left, a grim expression appeared on Qinggu Dongfeng's face. He was quite concerned for his grandson. These three powerful women were all unfathomably powerful, and one of them was very likely to be a god. Idiot. All three of them were gods. A god king, a first-tier god, an infinite god. "My good grandson, what are you going to do?" Outside, Gu Yuna and Byakuya walked side by side. "Say it. What's going on?" Gu Yuna said calmly. You'll have to ask my mistress, Byakuya replied. Mistress? Guyuna's body suddenly trembled. Was that so? Mistress? So, he had another woman now? Guyuna was very unhappy. She wanted to let go of her feelings for Xiaoyao. But how could she let go of such a long friendship so easily? How annoying! Guyuna gritted her teeth. You might have misunderstood. Mistress is actually master. It's master's evil side, Byakuya said. The source of evil? Guyuna was shocked. She actually came out of his spiritual world? Master let her out. I didn't ask what happened, so I don't know even if you ask me, Byakuya said casually. Guyuna was silent for a moment. Then her eyes flashed with understanding. So that's how it is. I understand now. She's trying to force him to marry her? Byakuya was shocked. I didn't tell her, but she guessed it? As expected of Master's last lover. It's getting more and more interesting. It's so fun, of course I have to play with her. Guyuna said with a smile. Next is the breaking news. Pagoda announced at 10 o'clock in the morning that they will be holding a large-scale Soul Master event. This is an unprecedented event. It's a Joust for a Spouse event hosted by the two new Spirit Envoy sisters, Miss Guyuna and Lady Byakuya, as well as their elder sister, Miss Tang Yuling, the honorary Tower Master of Pagoda. All young Soul Masters under the age of 35 can sign up at Pagoda. The minimum requirement is that they have to have 6 rings. Both Battle Armor Masters and Mecha Masters can sign up. If the final winner can win the favor of the 3 young ladies of Pagoda, they will be a good match. The details of how to sign up and participate will be announced by Pagoda later. Miss Guyuna and Lady Byakuya were Pagoda's 2 youngest spirit envoys. Miss Guyuna was around 22 years old, and Lady Byakuya was around 18. They were known as Pagoda's most outstanding geniuses in the past 1,000 years. Miss Tang Yuling was even more monstrous. It was said that she was less than 25 years old. Did you know that her real age is greater than the universe? However, she had the terrifying strength of Doloa. She was Miss Guyuna and Lady Byakuya's elder sister. When Guyuna and Lady Byakuya were young, they studied at Shrek Academy and successfully entered the inner court. After graduation, they chose to further their studies at Pagoda. Because Miss Guyuna and Lady Byakuya have been acting so mysteriously, we don't have any pictures of them yet. We have to wait for Pagoda to release them later. The only information we have from Pagoda is that Miss Guyuna is at least a titled Doloa. A titled Doloa who is less than 24 years old. How can this not be shocking? That means that she is a single male soul master. What are you waiting for? Come and participate in the matchmaking convention. Perhaps you'll be the one to become the hero of the 3 young ladies of the Spirit Pagoda. News of Pagoda's matchmaking convention spread to every corner of the continent in less than a day. Pagoda's higher-ups were well known. The Tower Master, the 2 Vice Tower Masters, and the 4 Spirit Envoys. This was the core strength of the organization. At least, this was the case on the surface. Pagoda had a deep foundation. No one knew how many strong people they had, but it wasn't easy for them to reach the position of Spirit Envoys. Furthermore, in Pagoda's recent history, almost all Tower Masters had to go through the process of becoming Spirit Envoys. Guyuna was so young, and she was obviously a popular candidate for the position of Pagoda's Tower Master in the future. This matter quickly spread, and just like Pagoda's plan, the negative news about Pagoda decreased significantly due to the attention attracted by the matchmaking convention. After receiving this news, everyone had different reactions. Some expressed their support, some expressed their opposition, but most of them were doubtful. Following the official approval of the Joust for a Spouse event, the Spirit Pagoda quickly began to announce the event. The Spirit Pagoda had put a lot of thought into this Joust for a Spouse event. They only released a little bit of information each time, but it was enough to attract more attention. The first thing they announced was the location of the matchmaking convention. It would be held in the Federation's capital, Mingdu, and not the Spirit Pagoda headquarters. The reason was that there was a more suitable venue in Mingdu, and it was most suitable for such an important event to be held in the capital. Pagoda naturally had its reasons for doing this. The most obvious was that they wanted to distance themselves from the Shrek Academy, which was currently being rebuilt. They wanted to use the matchmaking convention to weaken the news of the Shrek Academy's reconstruction. If the convention was held in the Spirit Pagoda headquarters, the Spirit Pagoda headquarters was very close to the Shrek Academy. It was very likely that the participants would go to the Shrek Academy to take a look. This was something Pagoda didn't want to see. They didn't want the Shrek Academy to gain the influence it had before its destruction. At the same time, the Federation was currently controlled by the Eagle faction, and Pagoda was a supporter of the Eagle faction. Mingdu could be said to be another base for the Eagle faction. The War Shrine was also located in Mingdu. It could be said that there were many powerful beings in Mingdu. If the convention was held in Mingdu, it would attract more powerful young cultivators to participate. This way, the influence of the matchmaking convention would be even greater. On the third day after the location of the convention was announced, another piece of explosive news was released. In order to ensure that all of the young soul masters participating in the Joust for a Spouse event would be rewarded, and aside from the grand prize, the Spirit Pagoda would also be fully sponsoring the event and providing lavish prizes. This included 100 black spirit souls. That's right, 100. This number was simply too frightening. This was absolutely unprecedented. Following the emergence of artificial black spirit souls, the overall price of soul spirits had dropped slightly, but black spirit souls were still extremely expensive. It was simply unimaginable that 100 black spirit souls would be offered as prizes. This meant that everyone who could make it into the final 100 would receive a black spirit soul as a reward. Aside from that, there were other, even more valuable prizes. For example, custom-made suits of battle armor, spirit items, and so on. The higher one's ranking was, the more rewards they would receive. The Spirit Pagoda had fully displayed its wealth, and the entire world of Soul Masters was flabbergasted by this. Even the Soul Masters who had previously scoffed at the Joust for a Spouse event couldn't help but be tempted by it. In the beginning, many of them had looked on with indifference and disdain, but after that, many of the overage Soul Masters were struck by a sense of dejection and wished that they could be reborn. It could be said that the promotion of the convention was a resounding success. 3 days later, Pagoda announced another piece of news that was a pleasant surprise to all of the Soul Masters who had been disappointed by the overage Soul Masters. There was now a new target for the powerful overage Soul Masters. According to Pagoda, after consulting with Tang Yuling's honorary Tower Master, they had decided to extend the age limit by 5 years for every 10 ranks of soul power above rank 60. This meant that a 7-ring soul sage could participate in the Joust for a Spouse event at 40 years of age. An 8-ring Contra could also participate at 45 years of age. If a 9-ring Title de Loi were to participate, then the upper limit would be 50 years of age. As soon as this piece of news was released, it was undoubtedly the case that high-grade Soul Masters would be covered by a massive amount. As a result, more powerful Soul Masters would be able to participate in the convention. Shrek Poseidon Pavilion Conference. Tang Wulin, the master of Poseidon Pavilion, and all of the members of Poseidon Pavilion were seated at the conference table, while Tang Wulin sat beside Tang Wulin. Pagoda sure is ruthless this time. This Joust for a Spouse event looks like they're targeting you and Wulin, Sr. Yari's brows furrowed slightly as she appraised Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin. Guyana, Byakuya, and Tang Yuling? At the mention of Tang Yuling, Tang Wulin turned to Tang Wulin. Shouldn't Tang Yuling be his brother-in-law? He discovered that Tang Wulin's expression had suddenly become a little strange. Is this your idea, brother-in-law? Tang Wulin transmitted his voice. How is that possible? This isn't my idea. What is that woman trying to do? Tang Wulin replied. Isn't this Tang Yuling you, brother-in-law? What's going on? Tang Wulin was a little perplexed. I'll tell you in the future. You can't know too much right now. It won't do you any good. Tang Wulin replied indifferently. This is the video that came in today, but the interesting thing is, forget it. Everyone should watch it for themselves. Yari pressed a button, and a huge soul television emerged from the wall. Then, an image appeared on the screen. It was a lush forest, and on a rock beside a small river, there were 3 peerless beauties. Among them was a stunning young woman sitting on an ice-blue throne. Among the three young women, one of them had long silver hair and was in her 20s. She wore a purple dress that outlined her perfect figure. Her skin was extremely fair, and she had a pair of gem-like purple eyes. There seemed to be a strange charm around her, as if she was a fairy who didn't eat human flesh. The second young woman had pale hair and was extremely beautiful. Her skin was an unhealthy pale color, but this pale color didn't make her look unhealthy at all. Instead, it added a natural beauty to her. She looked like a young woman who wasn't even 18 years old. She wore a pure white robe. Although she hadn't fully developed yet, her figure was still very good. She wore a headband with beast ears on her head, making her look witty and cute like a little elf in the forest. As for the third one, it was unforgettable for everyone, including men and women, old and young, who had watched the video. It was as if they had seen their dream lover. Her appearance left the two young women in front of her in the dust. She looked like a little girl who was only 16 years old. Moreover, in everyone's hearts, there was a sudden thought that only she was worthy of the word beautiful. Her flawless, snow-white hair draped over her back like a waterfall. She wore a rainbow-colored feather dress like a goddess, completely outlining the young woman's figure. There seemed to be a vast universe hidden in her blue eyes. Her beauty had reached a realm that couldn't be described with words. The difference between her and the other two young women was that she was sitting on an ice-blue throne. Her body seemed to emit an aura that only an emperor would have. It made any living creature who saw her feel a sense of submission in their hearts. They couldn't raise any thoughts of blasphemy or rebellion. Almost everyone who saw her worshipped her as the supreme her grace in their hearts, men and women, old and young who were watching the video. My second sister, Guyuna, my third sister, Byakuya, and me, Tang Yuling. We three sisters will soon choose our ideal husband. We welcome all the strong people in the mainland to come. Even if we choose the same person in the end, we won't mind serving him alone. However, the prerequisite is that you have to show us the strength to conquer us. Come, be the strong people in front of the television. Come and try to conquer us three sisters. If you succeed, I'll tell you a shocking secret. As for what it is, I won't reveal it. If you want to know, come and participate. Especially you. Pointing at the camera, others can choose not to come, but you must come. On the 18th of July, I'll see you there. If you don't come, I'll destroy 13 Doloa for you on the television. The peerless young woman sitting on the ice-blue throne pointed at the camera with her right hand and said with a playful smile, "That's not a joke. Evil Source might really do that." Many of the powerful soul masters watching in front of their televisions were completely captivated by her. Some of the powerful soul masters who didn't plan on coming to Radiant City actually started to rush towards Radiant City in order to personally witness the queen that they revered in their hearts. This was because Her Majesty had said, "You have to pass." They all thought that she was talking about themselves. However, the him that Tang Yuling was talking about was obviously not the group of mortals. Shrek, Tang Wuling immediately turned off the television before rising to her feet with an enraged look on her face. "That's your real goal, right? You want to force me to go," he said angrily. Everyone present kept quiet because they had noticed that Tang Yuling was exactly the same as Tang Wuling's previous female body. They could tell that Tang Yuling's last sentence was obviously directed at Tang Wuling. Just how much foresight did he have to be able to foresee that Tang Wuling was watching television? "You wanted to go over? Okay, wait." Tang Wuling muttered to himself. "Wuling, come with me." "That's right. Change your appearance before coming with me." "Come with me? Where are we going?" "To the matchmaking convention." "If I don't go, am I supposed to watch her destroy 13 Doloa? But that's a joke, right? She wouldn't joke with me. With her personality, she would really dare to destroy 13 Doloa in front of me. Holy Ghost Religion Headquarters, sometimes being stupid has its benefits. The Ghost Emperor's hoarse voice was filled with coldness. I didn't think that East Wine Through the Ages would come up with such a plan. They used three stunning beauties to force Shrek's powerful figure to show himself. I don't know why, but the girl sitting on the throne makes me shudder. He looked at the girl sitting on the throne on the television with some fear. For some reason, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Sitting not far away from him was Hades Doa Hirosa, who had attacked Tangwilin before being taught a lesson by Tangwilin. Of course, he had also watched the video. However, when he saw the girl sitting on the throne, he was so scared that he almost slipped off his chair and trembled uncontrollably. Oh my God, you're a legendary figure from 10,000 years ago, and you're dressing up as a female boss to act cute? Is this your hobby? Congratulations. You guessed right. He really didn't know why this god would disguise himself as a girl and sneak in a pagoda. Could it be that he already knows about our relationship with pagoda? Then it's over. Pagoda and the Holy Ghost religion are really done for. The four heavenly kings and the higher-ups of the Holy Ghost religion were all sitting here. Dark Bel Nanari, Dark Blood King, and Dark Phoenix Lung Yulai looked at the girl sitting on the throne on the television with confusion in their hearts. What is Senior Yuhao trying to do? Actually, this is a good thing for our plan. Right now, the people, and even the Federation, are all attracted to this joust for a spouse, or to the Tang men. That way, no one will be able to affect our plan, Dark Blood King said. Ghost Emperor said, we're almost done with the preparations now. We're just waiting for news from the Abyss. The Federation's stupidity has given us more opportunities. As long as we succeed this time, we'll be closer to our goal. Everything is to get rid of the false and retain the true. When that time comes, we can create a kingdom that belongs to God. Huh, stupid people die early. Nanari and the other heavenly kings thought disdainfully. How are things with the Demon Emperor? Halosa asked. Ghost Emperor cackled. Very good. It's already possible for him to make a move. Halosa stood up, his eyes flashing coldly. Very good. I've been waiting for this day for too long. No matter what, I must succeed this time. In order to become a god and then challenge that person, you won't be able to beat him even if you become a god. Ghost Emperor also stood up and walked in front of Halosa. You'll definitely feel lucky for your choice back then, Halosa. He, Nanari, Lung Yu, and Lai Shui Wang could only observe a moment of silence for the Ghost Emperor and Demon Emperor. It couldn't be helped. They still didn't know who they were going against. The Soul train slowly entered the station. The ordinary carriage could be described as overflowing with people. Normally, no one would buy tickets, but now they were all sold out. A group of people slowly walked out of the premium carriage. Walking at the very front was a young man and a young man. The young man looked to be about 18 years old. He had a head of sky blue hair, and his eyes were as blue as the ocean. It was as if the ocean was really hidden within them. He was very handsome, and many women were envious of his peerless appearance. Next to the young man was a tall and handsome young man who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had a head of glossy black hair, bright eyes, and seemed to have an inexhaustible energy. His eyes flashed with lightning from time to time. There were 7 or 8 people following behind him, all of them tall and sturdy. Second young master. The car is here to pick us up. 3 soul cars were already waiting on the platform. It was undoubtedly the case that only extremely privileged people were entitled to such treatment. The young man nodded in response. How's the communication with Pagoda coming along? Can I see Guyuna, Byakuya, and Tang Yuling in advance? My apologies, second young master. I'm afraid not. Pagoda said that they won't be seeing anyone before the commencement of the joust for a spouse event. The young man was slightly enraged. Not even me? Does our Tyrannosaurus family not deserve this? His voice was a little high-pitched, and he immediately drew the attention of many people around him. The Tyrannosaurus family? Some people who were well-versed in history were stunned to hear this name. This was an extremely ancient family that could be traced back to 20,000 years ago. In the earliest days of the Martial Soul Palace, the Tyrannosaurus family was one of the 6 pillars of the Martial Soul Palace. All right, second brother, why are you so angry? The 3 young ladies have a very high status in Pagoda. If you want to see them, go there and see them with your own strength. The 18-year-old blue-haired youth patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Understood, big brother," the young man said respectfully. "Get in." The blue-haired youth smiled faintly. The young man nodded and got into the car together. The three luxurious cars slowly left the platform. As they left, the passengers who had witnessed this scene couldn't help but discuss it. There was no doubt that the young master of the Tyrannosaurus family was also here for the three goddesses of Pagoda. In the dark, several black figures began to talk. "Go back and report to the Tower Master that the two young masters of the Tyrannosaurus family are here." "Yes." Sitting in the car, the second young master of the Tyrannosaurus family looked out the window and smiled. "Big brother, your method worked. Those guys in the dark didn't recognize them. It'd be weird if they recognized us. I personally disguised you. Even Guyena might not be able to recognize you." The blue-haired youth smiled faintly. "That's right, they were Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin. Speaking of which, big brother, how did you get this identity?" Tang Wulin asked curiously. "Huh." Tang Wulin smiled. "I just personally asked them to prepare two fake identities. The Tyrannosaurus family wouldn't dare to disobey me. To put it bluntly, you actually threatened them to do so?" Tang Wulin trembled. "Yeah. What's wrong, Omega?" "Nothing. Big brother is really amazing. Why are you acting cute?" Guyena sat quietly in the quiet room and meditated. Around her body, a faint silver halo fluctuated gently. There was no strong aura. However, if one were to look at her closely, they would discover that there was an indescribable solidity in her aura. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes. It was as if her eyes could see through anything. "You're here. Huh. Xiaoyao, did you think that after you disguised Wulin, I wouldn't be able to recognize him? He has my silver scale on him. Furthermore, even if I can't recognize him, I'll be able to recognize your aura no matter what you turn into. I'm most familiar with your aura." A white-haired girl and a white-haired girl appeared behind Guyena. "Still in seclusion?" The white-haired girl asked. "I'm consolidating my cultivation as a divine king. I want to return to the peak of the divine emperor realm." Guyena said. "Then do as you wish." The white-haired girl said indifferently. "Shouldn't you encourage me?" Guyena said unhappily to Tang Yuling. "Even if you want to encourage me, what I say is not as effective as what I say," the white-haired girl said. "But if I remember correctly, if you want to return to the divine emperor realm, you'll have to merge with the golden dragon king first." Byakuya said. Guyena fell silent. "This is your own matter. We won't interfere. What will your final choice be?" Tang Yuling asked calmly. Guyena fell silent. There was a hint of struggle in her eyes. "Think about it carefully. The matchmaking event is about to begin. This is the one chance I'm giving you. Who will you choose? It all depends on this matchmaking event," Tang Yuling said and left with Byakuya. Guyena, who had been silent all this time, was left behind. "It's so painful. It's so hard to choose between the person I used to love and the person I love now," Guyena said sadly. The rules for the Pagoda Joust for a spouse event were officially announced. The deadline for registration was 12 noon 3 days prior to the commencement of the event. The deadline for registration was the final deadline. Due to the large number of applicants, a series of selections would be conducted. Only those who passed the selections would be able to enter the main competition of the event. The selections were like passing a checkpoint, and only those who passed the checkpoint would have the right to continue to the main competition. This would minimize the number of people with insufficient cultivation ranks. This would conserve time and resources. After passing the selections, they would enter the main competition. First, there would be a series of elimination matches. In the end, 100 people would be selected to enter the final stage. The final stage would be divided into 10 groups, and each group would compete in a single round-robin tournament. The winner would receive 3 points, the loser would receive 0 points, and the winner would receive 1 point. The first-place finisher of each group would advance to the next stage. They would become the final 10. All those who made it to the final 100 would receive a black soul spirit as a reward. The top 3 finishers of each group would also receive additional rewards. As for the top 10 contestants, they would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, They would have the right to be chosen by the Silver Dragon Princess, Guyuna. In other words, the true joust for a spouse would take place among the top 10 finishers. If there were 10 finishers, Guyuna, Byakuya, and Tang Yuling would have to choose their Mr. Right. Of course, they would have to fight them first. If all three of them fell in love with the same person, then that person would have to be congratulated. You're going to have 3 wives, and I hope that person doesn't suffer from kidney deficiency in the future. Don't worry, Yuhao may be a bottom, but he definitely won't suffer from kidney deficiency. After returning from Zhen Hua's meeting, Tang Wuling returned to his room. Tang Wuling was sitting on the sofa, preparing some herbs that Tang Wuling had never seen before. Tang Wuling was extremely exhausted. He had successfully heavenly refined, but the rainbow elemental tribulation lightning he had drawn was a little too much for him to handle. Thankfully, he had the lightning-devouring demonic Vine Emperor to devour the elemental tribulation lightning, thereby allowing him to successfully heavenly refine. Furthermore, his cultivation rank had also increased by a level. He had also attempted heavenly refinement a few times, and his success rate was extremely high. In other words, he was now a divine blacksmith. A divine blacksmith in his 20s. Tang Wuling looked at Tang Wuling, who was rolling around on his bed with a silly smile on his face. "What are you so happy about?" "Ha! Brother-in-law, I've successfully heavenly refined," Tang Wuling exclaimed as he sat up from his bed. "Oh," Tang Wuling replied in an indifferent voice. "Oh." Tang Wuling was stunned. "You're heavenly refining. Brother-in-law, I'm a divine blacksmith now. You can refine divine-grade metals?" Tang Wuling asked. "Of course. No, I'm talking about the true divine-grade metals," Tang Wuling said. Tang Wuling was speechless. "Your goal should be a true divine-grade metal, not a divine-grade metal like heavenly refinement," Tang Wuling said. "Understand, brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Tang Wuling asked as he looked at Tang Wuling, who was fiddling with some herbs. He couldn't even recognize the herbs in the ice-fire yin-yang well. More importantly, even Yu had told him that he didn't recognize a single one of those herbs. "I'm refining a pill that I haven't refined in a long time. That pill introduced me to a girl. It's a pity that we didn't end up together," Tang Wuling muttered to himself. "Oh, who's that girl?" Tang Wuling asked curiously. Tang Wuling glanced at Tang Wuling with a strange expression. Tang Wuling faltered for a moment before a thought occurred to him. He trembled as he said, "It can't be Guyuna, right?" Tang Wuling smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the herbs. He could still remember the adorable rainbow-haired girl who had come to him with a pile of herbs. Back then, he hadn't gone to the divine realm and was still wandering the universe. At that time, she had arrogantly laid out a pile of herbs and said, "You're the legendary Qianrua Xiaoyao? I heard that your pill refinement skills are unparalleled in the universe. Then use these herbs to refine a pill for this king. Dragon Origin Holy Grass, Holy Dragon Heart Ganoderma, 100 Dragon's Crown Fruit, Dragon Eye Spirit Immortal Grade. These are all extremely rare herbs, and they're herbs that only grow in the ancestral land of dragons. Little girl, you can't be an important figure in the dragons, right? Let me guess. The ancestral land of dragons, the dragon god? Ah, how did you know? Don't underestimate me. Do you really think I'm a pill refiner? Do you believe that if you attack me, I'll beat you within 10 moves? Ha! You're quite confident. You can try. I'll try. Come on. One-on-one or group? One-on-one. In the end, the pill refinement turned into a fight. In the end, the dragon god was beaten by him within 5 moves. At that time, the dragon god suddenly fell into a deep sleep and laid on his lap. The dragon god's deep sleep period was irregular, so it was difficult to wake her up. Then, the dragon god slept on his lap for hundreds of thousands of years before waking up. In the end, they became good friends. Before the dragon god left, he knew that he had no home to stay in at that time, so he invited him to live in the divine realm. From then on, his home was the divine realm. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, Tang Wulin shouted a few times. Tang Wulin came back to his senses. What's wrong? He looked at Tang Wulin. That brother-in-law. In the past, could it be that you and Gu Yuna had some kind of relationship? Tang Wulin said with some fear. Tang Wulin was stunned. There was some relationship, but that was with the real her. It was very good. That was a very long time ago. Now, our relationship is still very good, but it can't go back to the way it used to be, Tang Wulin said. He seemed to be lamenting about something. Tang Wulin was silent. Was I being cuckolded? Or could it be that brother-in-law was cuckolded by me? This brother-in-law. Tang Wulin wanted to say something. I know what you want to say. Wulin, tell me, who do you like? Tang Wulin said as he refined the elixir. Tang Wulin was stunned. It's Guyu. Tang Wulin said without any hesitation. Is that so? I thought you would say Guyuna. Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. No, Guyuna is indeed very beautiful. However, the first person who entered my heart was actually Guyu. So, when I saw Guyuna, I was only amazed by her appearance. Although she said that she was Guyu, I still feel that. Tang Wulin couldn't say anything in the end. Brother-in-law understands how you feel now. It's just like how your sister and I felt back then. At first, I liked Dong-er. After that, Chiao-er, who looked exactly like Dong-er, appeared. After that, Tang Wudong, who was a combination of the two of them, appeared. At that time, I was about to go crazy, but now, everything doesn't matter anymore. Because they love me, and I love them. That's enough. It's just a pity that they can't accompany me now. They swore that they wouldn't look for me until they broke through that. Tang Wulin said, brother-in-law. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin. He didn't know what to say. Don't sigh. Take the time to cultivate. Comprehend the millennium wind and cloud and unfixed storm. You're still very far from your father. Your father's millennium wind and cloud and unfixed storm can be easily broken by me in the God realm. The other gods are rather wary of them. Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. From this sentence, Tang Wulin could tell the difference between his brother-in-law and his father. His brother-in-law could easily break through his father's ultimate technique. This meant that his father was no match for his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, how strong are you? Tang Wulin thought to himself. Chapter 104. At this time, under the orderly arrangement of the staff, more than 500 participants who had signed up for the Joust for Espouse were already waiting in the waiting area. Before today, no one knew what the test was. As participants on the first day, they were at a disadvantage. However, according to Pagoda, the whole test would be very fair. Regardless of who it was, the results would not change much. Beep! After passing through an electronic identification door, a name appeared on the screen. J. Dragon Rain, Tyrannosaurus family. A handsome young man with long blue hair who was about 18 years old walked over with a faint smile on his face. Then, J. Dragon Moon, Tyrannosaurus family. The second name appeared. The handsome young man in his 20s had a proud look on his face as he strode forward and followed behind J. Dragon Rain. J. Dragon Rain and J. Dragon Moon were, of course, Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin looked at the rostrum in the distance. Although the rostrum was blocked by the SLR glass, he could still clearly feel that she was there. Tang Wulin subconsciously touched the silver dragon scale hanging in front of his chest. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Wulin, you better hold it in. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you are exposed. Although I can destroy them in one go, I don't want to do so. Tang Wulin's calm voice echoed in Tang Wulin's mind. Why? Brother-in-law, the pagoda now is no longer the pagoda you built. Why don't you destroy them? Tang Wulin replied. I won't destroy them so quickly. Otherwise, it will be too boring. It's not easy to come across something interesting. How can I destroy it so easily? That would be too boring. Tang Wulin's voice sounded. Tang Wulin did not know where to start. A virtual projection appeared, and 3 beautiful figures appeared. They were the photos of Tang Yuling, Gu Yina, and Byakuya. All of the contestants present were rooted to the spot, and aside from Tang Wuling and Tang Wulin, none of them wanted to move. However, after a while, Tang Wulin seemed to have sensed something. He looked around the dense crowd and finally fixed his gaze on a figure. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. No wonder they have a familiar bloodline aura. So they are their descendants. Welcome to the Bright City Stadium. A pleasant-sounding male voice rang out. At the same time, the soul guidance noise reduction equipment was activated, causing the noise in the entire stadium to decrease. I'm sure all of you have come here with one objective in mind, and that is to win the hearts of the three great beauties of Pagoda. Now then, let's welcome the three female protagonists of this joust for espouse event, Ice Queen Tang Yuling, Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna, and White Wolf Princess Byakuya, to say a few words for us. Light flashed, and the first person to appear was White Wolf Princess Byakuya. Her hair was flowing in the wind, and she wore a pristine white dress. Even though she wasn't dressed up, Byakuya was just so beautiful. She had a natural sense of beauty, and she didn't need to dress up at all. After that, a young woman with long silver hair that flowed like a waterfall appeared. She was none other than Guyuna. She was wearing a long silver dress, and when paired with her silver hair, she appeared as if she were a silver celestial maiden. Immediately thereafter, an exquisitely beautiful figure appeared between the two of them. Immediately thereafter, an icy blue throne appeared between the two of them. Immediately thereafter, an exquisitely beautiful figure suddenly appeared before slowly taking a seat on the throne. The exquisitely beautiful figure was wearing a slightly transparent feather dress, and her pristine white hair trailed down her back. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her blue eyes seemed to contain a boundless universe. There was an indescribable aura emanating from her body, as if she were a natural queen. She wore a smile on her face as she looked down at all of the entranced competitors. All of the competitors felt that even if they were to die right now, they wouldn't be afraid. They had seen their queen, and her orders were absolute. "Her Grace," someone yelled. Immediately thereafter, the entire stadium erupted into an uproar. "Her Grace! Her Grace! Her Grace, we love you! Our Her Grace! Our Lord Wong, we love you! Our Her Grace! We are your bodyguards. We are willing to climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of fire for you." Those people shouted as if they had fallen into madness. The only ones who didn't fall into madness were Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin. However, Tang Wulin was awakened by Tang Wulin's slap, and there was still a red handprint on his face. Tang Wulin had an aggrieved and fearful expression on his face. Tang Wulin's charm physique is too frightening. If it wasn't for brother-in-law's slap, I might have also shouted something like Her Grace. Tang Wulin touched his face, which was still red from the slap. "Brother-in-law, thank you for waking me up, but why did you hit me so hard?" Tang Wulin said while covering his face. "Pain can stimulate your cranial nerves and wake you up immediately, unless you want to become one of them." Tang Wulin pointed indifferently at the group of lunatics who were shouting, "Their Majesty the Queen." Then, thank you so much, brother-in-law. Among those crazy people, there are many titled Doloa. They are all powerful soul masters with dignity, and only a few of them are here to win the beauty's heart, while the rest are probably after the Spirit Pagoda's rewards. There were quite a few titled Doluos among those who had gone crazy. They were all soul masters with dignity, and they were only here to win the Spirit Pagoda's heart, while the rest of them were here for the Spirit Pagoda's rewards. When they saw the peerless beauties like Byakuya and Guyuna, they were almost tempted, but they still managed to control their emotions. However, when they saw Tang Yuling, who suddenly appeared on the ice-blue throne like an ice queen, they realized that the so-called dignity and pride in their hearts did not exist at all. She was too beautiful. 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 There was no way to describe her. Any woman who saw her would definitely fall into endless envy and jealousy. Perhaps they would even fall in love with her. And her appearance was definitely a great weapon to conquer men. You really came." Tang Yuling, who was sitting on the throne, said with a faint smile. The people below looked left and right, wanting to know who their Her Grace was talking about. However, someone suddenly shouted crazily, "Yes! Her Grace, I'm here. I'm here to marry you. Come home with me. No matter what glory or wealth, I can give it to you. In the eyes of others, his words were frivolous to their Her Grace. He angered everyone, and everyone stared at that person unkindly. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His skin was wheat-colored, and he had long black hair. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was also very handsome, and there was a scar on his left eyelid. This added to his domineering aura. Moreover, he ignored the gazes of those people at him, as if he disdained to care about ants. He stared at Tang Yuling, who was sitting on the throne with burning eyes. He wished he could hold her in his arms right now and defile her. Although Tang Yuling's imposing manner could make many people not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts, it was useless to some people. When Tang Yuling saw this person, he immediately felt a sense of danger. This person actually made him feel threatened. He looked at that man and felt as if his body was suppressing a soaring aura. Tang Yuling, who was sitting on the throne, showed a hint of anger. She seemed to know what that person was thinking. She saw through that person's strength at a glance, and then curled her lips in disdain. That's all he's got. Although his martial soul was very rare, his strength was too weak. She looked at Tang Yuling, who was not far away. She found that Tang Yuling was also staring at that man, as if he had memorized his appearance. Tang Yuling smiled lightly. Is that so? You want to solve it yourself? Then I'll give this piece of trash to you. She suddenly stood up from the throne, pointed her index finger at everyone present, and finally stopped in the direction of Tang Yuling. Do you want to marry beautiful wives like me and my sister? Dance Spirit, you were originally mine, except for Guyuna, my ex-girlfriend. Do you want to get rich overnight? Dance Spirit, I'm so poor that I can only use the 10 great innate spiritual treasures. I'm really, really poor. Do you want to become the strongest in one go? Dance Spirit, I'm very lonely, the loneliness of being invincible. Then let's fight. We'll be waiting for you in the last round. After Tang Yuling finished speaking, she sat on the throne again and disappeared with Guyuna and Baikia. Many people present began to cheer, such as the people from the Queen's Guards. Didn't they come here to see Her Grace? However, when they came here, they found that some people coveted Her Grace. No, we must protect Her Grace with our lives. We must not let those despicable people touch Her Grace, especially that adult man, just now. He is the target of the Queen's Guards. Brother-in-law, Sister Yuling seemed to be pointing at you just now. Tang Yuling looked at Tang Yuling and said, She didn't seem to be pointing at me. Tang Yuling slapped his forehead. I didn't expect her to make such a big fuss, but this is what makes it interesting. Then he smiled. Moreover, there's an interesting little guy here. Tang Yuling looked at someone in the crowd indifferently. On the rostrum, the seat in the center was Tang Yuling, and on her left and right were Guyuna and Baikia. The remaining seats were for the higher-ups of Pagoda, such as East Wind Through the Ages, Sengoku, Jokyo, Lung Yaozhu. Her Grace, are you satisfied with this event? East Wind Through the Ages asked respectfully. Other than Lung Yaozhu, who knew about Tang Yuling's identity, the other higher-ups of Pagoda were shocked. Who was East Wind Through the Ages? He was the strongest quasi-god in the continent. And now, East Wind Through the Ages was actually so respectful to Tang Yuling. Who exactly was that girl? SOSO. Tang Yuling crossed her legs, her perfect white thighs and her blue sandals swaying back and forth. She was extremely alluring, and all the men present coveted her, especially Sengoku Jokyo. He even felt that his lower body was growing bigger. He really couldn't hold back. No. He had to be patient. After he won the matchmaking convention, he would press her and Nana onto the bed every night and make them his women. Jia Ting began to fantasize about some scenes that were not suitable for children. East Wind Through the Ages immediately calmed himself down. Her Grace's allure was too terrifying. He was incomparably fearful in his heart. As expected, Her Majesty the Queen was too lethal to men. Then, Her Grace, can you really force that great god Shrek out? East Wind Through the Ages asked in a trembling voice. Tang Yuling glanced at him. Are you doubting me? No, no, no. This little one didn't mean that. East whined through the ages hurriedly said. Humph. Tang Yuling snorted. Even if he doesn't come out, I will force him out. No matter what, I haven't seen him in a long time. Tang Yuling said plainly. Both Qinggu Dongfeng and Qinggu Zhangting were quite surprised to hear this. Could it be that this man was also a god? At this moment, the test had officially begun in the Radiant City's nursery grounds. Under the guidance of the staff, the soul masters participating in the test lined up neatly and entered from one side. One by one, they came in front of the first large-scale soul tool. A staff member used a loudspeaker to guide them. Participants, please take note that the electronic card you received earlier will be used to record the test. Every time you complete a test, a corresponding score will be recorded. Those who score more than 60 points will be able to enter the knockout stage. The test is divided into 10 stages. The first stage is a test of soul power. Soul power testers were very common, but a soul power tester as large as this one was extremely rare. The advantage of a large-scale soul power tester was that it could complete the test at the fastest speed and with the most accuracy. Tang Wulin was standing in front of Tang Wulin, and Tang Wulin was currently pondering question. The Spirit Pagoda has already done a very thorough job of promoting the event, so our Tang sect will be in charge of the rest of the promotion. Everyone's attention was focused on this event, and all of the soul channels were broadcasting it live. This type of promotion was currently targeted at Pagoda, but it was hard to say who would benefit from it in the future. Just as he was pondering this, the line in front of him had already reached Tang Wulin. The young man standing in front of Tang Wulin turned around and asked Tang Wulin, Brother, what's your soul power rank? Why are they testing your soul power? Didn't we already test it when we signed up? Rank 60 and above is enough. Are they going to adjust it? Tang Wulin shook his head and said, I don't know either. Let's wait and see. Perhaps too many people signed up, so it's normal for them to adjust it. The young man standing in front of him had a medium build and was quite handsome. He had long blue hair, but his aura was rather obscure, clearly indicating that he was using some sort of method to conceal his cultivation rank. Tang Wulin could only vaguely sense that he was a soul sage at most, so it couldn't be too high. The young man chuckled. Brother, let's get to know each other. My name is Lan Fuzi. What's your name? Tang Wulin gave a faint smile in response. My name is Jade Dragonmoon. Nice to meet you. The young man continued to ask, Brother, you still haven't told me what your cultivation rank is. Ahem. It's not right to pry into someone's little brother's privacy. Do you understand? Tang Wulin said from behind them. Lan Fuzi faltered slightly upon hearing this. He looked at the blue-haired young man standing behind Tang Wulin, and his entire body suddenly shuddered. What a beautiful girl! She had a perfectly proportioned body, the same long blue hair as me, and those big eyes of hers seemed to be able to see through him in an instant. If I'm not wrong, she should also be a woman dressed as a man like me to get married. Is there something wrong with your sexual orientation? However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. This is my older brother, Jade Dragonrain. Tang Wulin introduced Tang Wulin to him. Your older brother? He's a man? I thought he was a prostitute. Lan Fuzi said in shock. Little girl, if it weren't for the fact that you're their descendant, I would have already sent you to meet Hades with a slap. Tang Wulin's voice echoed in Lan Fuzi's mind. Lan Fuzi's pupils shrank, and his body shuddered in fright. He almost fell to the ground. He looked at Tang Wulin like a sword ghost. Who are you? Lan Fuzi's voice was filled with fear, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Tang Wulin. He actually knows everything? He even knows that I'm a girl. And he seems to know my family? Heavens! Who the hell is he? Tang Wulin stared blankly. Brother-in-law didn't seem to have said anything, right? Could it be that brother-in-law used spiritual energy to talk to him? Don't your parents know that you secretly came here? Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. I beg you, please don't tell my parents, please. I'll give you something good. Lan Fuzi took out a box and looked at Tang Wulin pleadingly. Put away, don't open it. Don't you know that there are a lot of strong people here? That thing is extremely beneficial to title Deloitte and above. Quickly put it away. Don't let others see it. Tang Wulin said. Then don't tell my parents. Lan Fuzi pleaded. Okay. Tang Wulin said. Oh, I'll put it away. Lan Fuzi put away the box. Next, the pagoda people in front shouted at Lan Fuzi. Coming. Lan Fuzi replied, and then looked at Tang Wulin. Then I'll thank you for keeping my secret. It wasn't easy for me to escape from my home. After saying that, he walked forward. Brother-in-law, you know him? Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin and said, Well, to be exact, I know his ancestor. He's someone from 20,000 years ago. Tang Wulin said lightly. 20,000 years ago? Isn't that when brother-in-law was still Tang Yu? Tang Wulin was shocked. That's right. And that girl is the descendant of the two people I know. Tang Wulin said, I see. Wait, that girl? Brother-in-law. That Lan Fuzi is a girl? Tang Wulin said in shock. Yes. Tang Wulin said with his arms crossed. As they were talking, Lan Fuzi passed the test. Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin also passed. Tang Wulin didn't suppress his cultivation. However, Tang Wulin had to suppress his cultivation. Otherwise, Tang Wulin would explode the soul power detector. He suppressed his cultivation to rank 95. He also passed the first round of the soul power test and got a perfect score of 10. Tang Wulin was a little unsatisfied. It could be seen from his pouting mouth. I'm the founder of Pagoda, and I still have to take this kind of garbage test? If it wasn't for having fun, I would have rushed to the rostrum and taken him away. Forget it. I'm mainly here to have fun. I'm here to take them away. Let's take it slow. They met Lan Fuzi again and chatted with him about their scores. Wow, you guys also got perfect scores. Looks like you're all titled Dolua. Looks like you're all my competitors. Lan Fuzi said in surprise. Competitors? What's a girl like you doing here? Tang Wulin said. Why did you have to say it out loud? Lan Fuzi seemed unhappy. She looked at Tang Wulin. This guy was able to see through my disguise and my background in an instant. Just who is he? Tell me, what's a girl like you doing here? Tang Wulin said indifferently. This. Lan Fuzi froze for a moment, then looked at them. Can you not laugh at me if I say it out loud? Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin nodded. Actually, I fell in love with her grace. Tang Yuling Sama at first sight. I like Tang Yuling Sama. Lan Fuzi lowered his head and said shyly. Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin looked at each other. Homosexual? And he even fell in love with his brother-in-law in his teenage form? Tang Wulin thought. Tang Wulin looked at Tang Wulin and said to Tang Wulin in disbelief. Brother-in-law, she's actually a lesbian. What's wrong with being a lesbian? Are you laughing at being a lesbian? Tang Wulin angrily replied. No, I'm not laughing. It's just that it's my first time seeing it. Tang Wulin awkwardly replied. So, what if she's a lesbian? Lesbians can also be straightened out. Tang Wulin said indifferently. How do you straighten it out? Tang Wulin was puzzled. Women's clothing. For a cute boy like me, if I wear women's clothing, as long as I'm not touched below, girls won't be able to recognize me as a boy. In that case, I can use my method to straighten them out. Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. He even flipped his long hair. Tang Wulin spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a step back and looked at Tang Wulin speechlessly. Wulin, brother-in-law, you're really a big shot. Please accept my respect. Why are you looking at me like that? A long time ago, your brother-in-law did this kind of thing a lot. However, that was already a matter in the immortal cultivation world. Tang Wulin said with a cute expression. Omega, what are you guys doing? Are you laughing at me? Lan Fuzi looked at them. No, we're not laughing at you. So what if you're a lesbian? We won't laugh at lesbians. Tang Wulin said. Could it be you guys are gay? Wow, gay between brothers. Lan Fuzi said in shock. Puffed. This time, it was Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin's turn to vomit blood. I understand. It makes sense. We're all gay. Nice to meet you. Lan Fuzi said as he reached out his hand. Brother, what should I do if I want to beat her up? Tang Wulin said as he clenched his teeth. Bear with it. She's a girl. Don't bicker with her. Tang Wulin said with a smile. Brother, can you throw away the brick you're hiding behind you? Let's go. Let's go to the second test. Tang Wulin put away the brick and clapped his hands as he said with a smile. Tang Wulin shook his head helplessly and followed closely behind Tang Wulin. Woo-woo, wait for me. Ouch, ouch, it hurts, it hurts, Lan Fuzi said with a big red packet on her head as she shed tears. Of course, with her recovery ability, it didn't take long for her to recover. The second test was also a large soul tool, but it was sealed and one couldn't see what was inside from the outside. Its overall size was much larger than the soul power testing device from before, and it was also the largest among all the soul tools present. Lan Fuzi said with a look of eagerness, I wonder what this test is. The bump on her head was already gone. She had once again become carefree. When the three of them entered together, an electronic voice immediately sounded. Speed test. In a moment, you will pass through a tunnel. Please try your best to avoid the light shadow attacks that appear around you. The more times you are touched by the light shadow, the lower your score will be. Conversely, the higher your score will be. There are no rules to the light shadow attacks. Very quickly, one person was eliminated, and it was Lan Fuzi's turn. A smile suddenly appeared on Lan Fuzi's face. Watch me. They arrived at the entrance. Begin. As soon as the electronic voice rang out, Lan Fuzi sprang into action, and a soul ring suddenly appeared behind him. The soul ring was of a faint blue color, and there were a series of strange runes engraved on the surface of the soul ring. His aura instantly became peaceful, and he rose up into the air like a cloud. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but the moment he rushed out, he began to change, as if he could predict the enemy's movements. His body was as flexible as a cloud, and in a flash, he had already rushed to the other side of the tunnel. With Tang Wulin's strong spiritual power, he could feel that at most 3 light shadows had touched his body. He was much stronger than the previous person. Lan Fuzi was still a little annoyed. When he reached the other side, he stomped his feet and looked back at the tunnel angrily. This is too difficult. Tang Wulin shook his head. Was the Poseidon used by her so trashy? Even if you want to act, you should act more realistically. He didn't leave immediately, but stood on the other side and looked at Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin. She was very curious about these two people, especially Tang Wulin, who had seen through her disguise so quickly. Tang Wulin looked back at Tang Wulin and said, I'll go first, is that okay, brother? Tang Wulin nodded. Tang Wulin walked to the entrance and glanced at Lan Fuzi on the other side, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Begin. The electronic voice sounded. Then, Lan Fuzi saw that Tang Wulin's body suddenly lit up with a layer of dazzling blue-purple electric light. The moment the electric light appeared, he was already flying towards them. The whole process was extremely fast. Lan Fuzi only heard a faint swish sound in the air, and Tang Wulin was already at his side. Speed didn't count for much. The most important thing to be tested here was agility and predictive ability. Speed didn't reduce the effects of the light shadow attacks. However, Lan Fuzi's eyes were already wide open. What was that just now? He clearly saw that when Tang Wulin rushed over, the light shadows attacking him became distorted one by one. The attacks that were clearly about to land on him were slowed down by a beat due to the distortion. In the end, he easily rushed over and arrived at his side. This was also possible. Lan Fuzi hurriedly pulled Tang Wulin's hand and looked at the electronic card. 10 points. The electronic card showed it clearly. Lan Fuzi was speechless. However, in the next second, begin. The electronic voice sounded. Lan Fuzi hurriedly looked over, but she was shocked to find that there was no one standing there anymore. Let's go to the next stage. Tang Wulin's voice sounded from behind Lan Fuzi. Lan Fuzi was shocked as he looked behind and saw Tang Wulin greeting him. When did he come over? You? How is this possible? I didn't even see your figure. Lan Fuzi's face was full of disbelief. Tang Wulin stretched out his hand and shook the electronic card. The electronic card clearly showed that it was 10 points. This is not a speed that a human can achieve. Lan Fuzi said, trembling. Who said I was a human? Tang Wulin's voice echoed in Lan Fuzi's mind. This Lan Fuzi took a step back, his face full of shock. Let's go quickly. Let's go to the third stage. Tang Wulin said. Oh. Lan Fuzi followed closely behind. In the third stage, they saw something. It was an existence that looked like a stone tablet. Of course, it wasn't made of stone, but of an alloy. Boom! The tester at the front was hitting the side of the soul tool. Then a ray of light would jump up from the huge tester and stop at the final position, which was the result of the test. The design of this soul tool was very simple. There were only 10 grids, and it was clear that the number of grids one reached was the number of points one got. A test of strength? Lan Fuzi faltered slightly upon hearing this. A smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face, while Tang Wulin dozed off. What kind of strength do we soul masters test? Who would use pure strength to fight? Lan Fuzi grumbled in a displeased manner. It was quite clear that she wasn't particularly adept in the field of strength. When a person's strength reaches a terrifying level, he can pierce through the sky with a single punch. Tang Wulin said indifferently. Lan Fuzi tactfully kept quiet. Soon, it was her turn. She stepped forward in front of the apparatus, and her gaze became focused. His originally thin figure seemed to have become a little taller. In the time it took to breathe, she straightened her body, turned her body halfway, and threw out her right fist. In the instant her fist punched out, there was actually a brief sound of air exploding. Boom! The ray of light instantly jumped up, rapidly rising. After Lan Fuzi punched out, he immediately turned around and saw that the ray of light finally stopped above the 7th scale. Of the soul masters who had taken the test earlier, the best result was only a 6. 7 was already a relatively good result in the strength test. Tang Wulin revealed a trace of disappointment. That's it. With your second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, you can't even reach 8? How'd you train? Tang Wulin walked over and shook his hands. To be honest, it seemed that he hadn't tested his explosive strength in a long time. Begin. Bang. Tang Wulin was the one with the simplest test out of everyone. He didn't make any preparations at all. Following the sound of begin, he punched out with an incomparably simple punch. The sound of the punch didn't seem to be that loud, but when he punched out, the entire apparatus felt as if it was jumping. The ray of light shot up to the sky. It almost instantly rushed to the very top, and a crisping sound was heard. This caused the competitors behind to be dumbstruck. It broke through the horizon. This strength testing apparatus didn't stop at the 10th scale. The 10th scale was roughly 2/3 of the height of the apparatus. It was just that there weren't any more scales at the higher levels. This kind of large-scale testing apparatus was used by strength-type soul masters. It was tested under the condition that they used their soul power. For Tang Wulin and the others who didn't use their soul power, 10 scales were naturally enough. However, Tang Wulin's punch just now directly caused the beam of light to rush to the top, which was why there was that crisp sound. Was he even human? The staff members all stared with their eyes wide open, but Tang Wulin only glanced at the electronic screen on his wrist that showed another 10 points. Lan Fuzi couldn't close his jaw. Next, Tang Wulin dozed off. When everyone saw that a weak Tang Wulin had arrived, they were relieved. Looking at this kid, it would be good if his explosive strength could reach 5. Only Tang Wulin revealed a smile. Brother-in-law's strength? Even he wasn't clear about that. When a staff member was about to say begin, Tang Wulin suddenly said, "Hey, your testing apparatus should have a safety measure, right?" The staff member was stunned for a moment. There is. Tang Wulin smiled. It was good that there was a safety measure. He casually threw a punch at the testing apparatus. Some of the experts revealed mocking smiles. What is that? Do you still want my piao piao piao? I think that little fist can't even hit one. However, their expressions all froze in fear. Why were they afraid? Because boom. Parts flew everywhere and were scattered everywhere. And this is already the minimum strength limit. Why is it so weak? Tang Wulin said indifferently. He looked at the electronic card in his hand. Third test, 10 points. Total, 30 points. Everyone present held their breaths and didn't dare to say a word. Those who mocked Tang Wuling earlier had already run away in fear, afraid that Tang Wuling would hold a grudge and give them a punch. Lan Fuzi was already numb. Forget it. I don't need to be surprised. This thing happened to him, so I feel that it's very normal. You said that this thing is insured, so I don't need to pay for it, right? Tang Wuling smiled and looked at the staff member. The staff member swallowed his saliva and nodded frantically. You are very tactful. Tang Wuling smiled and nodded, then walked towards Tang Wuling and Lan Fuzi. Let's go. Next test. The speed of the fourth test seemed to be a little slow. There were still many people in front of them. Lan Fuzi took the initiative to ask the people in front of her and found out what the test was about. The fourth test was about martial spirits. That's right, it was martial spirits. Through the test of martial spirits, they would be given a score. Test of martial spirits? Hee. Then I will definitely get full marks. Lan Fuzi said excitedly. What are you showing off for? Is having a Poseidon martial spirit and a clear sky hammer martial spirit amazing? Tang Wuling's voice resounded in her mind. I don't know who this Lan Fuzi is. Anyway, Sam Xiao didn't write in detail, so I will first assume that she is the descendant of Poseidon Tang Chun. If she isn't, then we will have to wait for Sam Xiao to write it later. Lan Fuzi trembled and felt wronged and didn't say anything. In front of him, it was as if she was naked and couldn't hide anything. Test of martial spirits? If it's me, there won't be a problem. Tang Wuling thought to himself. On the other hand, Tang Wuling was thinking, what kind of martial spirit should I use? When they arrived at Lan Fuzi's test, there were many soul tools around. They were all small and medium-sized, but they were used to test martial spirits from all aspects. There were similar soul tools in the Shrek Academy before. Hello, please release your martial spirit. We will conduct a comprehensive test and give you a score. Are you ready? A judge sitting in the center asked Lan Fuzi. Lan Fuzi nodded, yes. Begin. Lan Fuzi's expression changed slightly, and he took a deep breath as his eyes suddenly turned blue. This was a very clear blue that was as deep as the ocean. Tang Wuling stood behind and couldn't see Lan Fuzi's eyes. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel that Lan Fuzi's aura had changed. He originally looked very simple, but now he gave off a deep feeling. Immediately afterwards, circles of blue light were released from his body and spiraled outwards. Those circles of blue light started to spin at high speed, and the buzzing sound that Tang Wuling had heard before appeared once again. Lan Fuzi's aura rose at an extremely shocking speed, and his soul power aura was bursting. The blue halo circling around his body at high speed had already completely covered his body. What a guy. He's very strong. Right now, the aura that Lan Fuzi was releasing was at the level of a tidal delaw. The numbers on the surrounding soul tool testing apparatus were jumping crazily, but from the frequency of the jumps, it was obvious that they had exceeded their normal operating range. It's done, a judge said loudly. His soul power slowly stopped circulating, and the blue light was absorbed into Lan Fuzi's body like a river flowing into the sea. Everything returned to normal, and his slightly slender but extremely handsome face was revealed again. You're a sea soul master? In a world of soul masters, strength was everything. After sensing that Lan Fuzi had released a cultivation at the level of a tidal delaw, the judge directly used honorifics. Lan Fuzi nodded and didn't deny it. Sea soul master? The judge said, forgive me for being presumptuous, but I can't tell what your martial spirit is. Can you please explain to us? Lan Fuzi hesitated for a moment, then said, it's a vortex. My martial spirit is a vortex. Tang Wuling looked at the judges with disdain. A bunch of ignorant people. They can't even recognize a Poseidon martial spirit. In fact, the dance spirit had overestimated them. After all, a Poseidon martial spirit hadn't appeared for more than 20,000 years. It was reasonable that they couldn't recognize it. There was nothing they could do about it. After a simple discussion, the judges still gave him full marks. After all, Lan Fuzi's registration age was 25 years old. He had the strength of a tidal delaw at 25 years old, and he immediately became one of the most popular candidates for this tournament. After Lan Fuzi, it was naturally Tang Wulin. Glancing at Tang Wulin's registration form, the judges looked at him in a different light. The judge sitting in the middle said to Tang Wulin, "Greetings, Your Majesty, Jade Dragon Moon. Please release your martial spirit." Tang Wulin put his hands behind his back and said nothing with a proud look on his face. Dazzling lightning suddenly burst out from his body. Then, a layer of bluish-purple scales appeared, and behind him, the silhouette of a bluish-purple dragon appeared. It was the legendary blue lightning tyrant dragon. With his golden dragon king bloodline, the tyrant dragon's spirit soul, and the infernal lightning vine, he was able to unleash his full potential. The three of them worked together. Not even the Tyrannosaurus family members will be able to tell whether Tang Wulin's martial spirit was real or not, let alone the judges. Not to mention, the aura he was exuding was much more powerful than the average blue lightning tyrant dragon. He was definitely at the level of a tidal Doloa. The judges didn't even discuss this before giving Tang Wulin a perfect score. Next, Tang Wulin slowly made his way over to the judges and said, "Before I begin, I have a question. These things should be insured, right?" He pointed at the instruments. The judges glanced at one another before nodding in unison. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. "That's good. See if I can. Just to scare you guys." Inwardly, an extremely powerful aura instantly erupted forth, and balls of light of different colors began to appear on his paper. Fire, water, wind, wood, earth, metal, light, darkness, poison, ice, snow, lightning, time and space, evil, holy, primal chaos, and many other elements that the judges were familiar with surrounded Tang Wulin. Immediately thereafter, a massive figure appeared behind Tang Wulin, and it was the projection of a giant 9-color dragon. Tang Wulin's aura immediately overwhelmed all of the judges present, and all of them were forced to their knees. Even the people behind him were forced to their knees. Lan Fuzi was kneeling in 10th place with an extremely pale face, and he was staring at the awe-inspiring figure with a contemplative look on his face. As for Tang Wulin, even though he possessed the Golden Dragon King bloodline, he could only kneel on one knee, but that was still better than those who were forced to kneel on both knees. My God, where did brother-in-law get this martial soul from? It could even suppress the Golden Dragon King? The surrounding instruments had long been unable to withstand the impact of the aura, and in an instant, they fell apart, and pieces of their components exploded. On the rostrum, the experts from East Wind through the ages suddenly trembled, as if they had felt something. Ultimate Doloa? No. Stronger. Quasi-God? That doesn't seem right. Which almighty person has come? He revealed a shocked expression. He could feel his martial soul trembling. Byakuya's moving wolf ears drooped down, and her body trembled nonstop. Guyuna kept her eyes closed, resisting the terrifying aura that made her want to surrender. Great Dragon God, why did you expose that martial soul? She thought to herself. The only one who didn't have any expression was Tang Yuling, who was sitting on the throne. She treated the aura as nothing. "Oh, I thought you would use the Ice Dragon King." In the dark, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. This is impossible. Why is that lord here? What is this brat East Wind doing? He actually attracted that lord. Please, senior, please retract your divine ability, a judge said, trembling. Tang Wulin curled his lips and slowly retracted it. The terrifying aura disappeared, and so did the strange elements. Everyone present got up in a sorry state. They looked at Tang Wulin with fear. "I don't need to pay for this trash, right?" Tang Wulin casually kicked a component away. No, no, no," the judges said, trembling. "Senior Jade Dragon Rain, may I ask, Senior, what is your martial soul?" A judge asked boldly. "Great Dragon God, remember it well," Tang Wulin said indifferently. Great Dragon God? The judges were all at a loss. They had never heard of it. The Tyrannosaurus family had this kind of martial soul mutation? Hey, hurry up and score. 10 points. I'm sorry, senior, because 10 points is the highest. If there is a higher score, then this junior will definitely give you the highest score. No need, Tang Wulin said indifferently, and walked towards the stupefied Lan Fuzi and Tang Wulin, who had a look of worship. He passed by them. Let's go to the next round. Only then did the two of them react, and stared blankly at Tang Wulin's figure. So handsome, the two of them said in unison. They were stunned and looked at each other. Why are you copying me? Don't copy me. Oh, enough, they said almost at the same time. Hurry up. Next round. Tang Wulin's voice came. Oh, they're here. They spoke in unison. The content of the fifth round was very traditional spiritual power. Spiritual power? A faint smile appeared on Lan Fuzi's face, while Tang Wulin crossed his arms in front of his chest. As for Tang Wulin, I'll give you two a he. Take your time to figure it out. The three of them passed the spiritual power test without any pressure. Lan Fuzi's spiritual power had reached the spirit domain realm. Tang Wulin also unleashed his spiritual power without any restraint, and he was also at the spirit domain realm. As for Tang Wulin, the device exploded just like the previous one. After the judges reported this to Pagoda's Tower Master, East Wind Through the Ages could only issue an order to increase Tang Wulin's score to 60 points. East Wind Through the Ages was trying to leave a good impression on Tang Wulin so that they could have a better conversation when they met again. Let's go. Let's go to the next round, Tang Wulin said in an indifferent voice. Lan Fuzi and Tang Wulin left with wooden expressions on their faces. The two of them were shocked to see this, and it was as if Tang Wulin was supposed to be this freakish. When it came to the sixth round, which was the test of their second profession, Lan Fuzi and Tang Wulin both unleashed their best skills. One of them was a mecha maker, while the other was a blacksmith. Of course, they were also suspected of holding back, so they each received 70 points. Only after they came out did they discover that Tang Wulin was already waiting for them. Let's go. Let's go to the next round. He waved the electronic card on his wrist, and the score on it became a terrifying 80 points. Lan Fuzi didn't want to say anything. His score jumped from 60 points to 80 points. It increased by 20 points. What the hell did he do? Don't worry. Those who have experienced despair are much stronger than those who haven't, Tang Wulin said as he patted Lan Fuzi. Lan Fuzi laughed bitterly. Just as they were about to leave, a golden-haired youth walked out. He glanced at the three of them, and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Especially the way he looked at Tang Wulin. It was as if he couldn't wait for him to die. I advise you not to do this. You will die, Jia Ting. What are you acting so cocky for? Lan Fuzi seemed to find him very unpleasant to the eye, and said angrily. Sengoku Jokio snorted lightly, and then left. Who is that? He's acting so cocky. Lan Fuzi frowned and said, he's just a little troublemaker. Don't pay attention to him. Let's go to the next round. Tang Wulin said indifferently and left. They followed closely behind. Lan Fuzi's mecha piloting skills were not up to standard, so he received a low score. However, Tang Wulin, who had trained in mecha piloting for a long time, received a full score. As for Tang Wulin, his piloting skills dazzled everyone. Even the God-ranked mecha piloting masters and East Wind Through the Ages who were secretly observing were shocked. They couldn't do that kind of skill. They directly gave Tang Wulin another 20 points. Now he had a total of 100 points. The eighth round. According to the staff, the 8th, 9th, and 10th round were all tests of overall quality. Relatively speaking, the difficulty of the test would be higher overall. It was a test of overall quality. In the 8th round, there was a large soul tool placed. It was the most eye-catching building in the entire stadium because it was very tall. It looked to be over 80 meters tall, and it was shaped like a miniature spirit pagoda. Next, you will be sent to a place similar to the Spirit Ascension platform. The teleportation will be random, and you won't be together. After entering, you will be asked to live as long as possible. You will encounter powerful soul beasts inside. The longer you live, the higher your score. A place similar to the Spirit Ascension platform. A virtual world, TSK. No matter how virtual it is, it can't be compared to 13th Sister's virtual universe. Tang Wulin thought to himself. However, when he carefully sensed the object, he couldn't help but be stunned. The myriad beast platform? He was a little surprised. He looked at the rostrum in the distance, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the void. He looked at Gu Yuna on the rostrum. You made the myriad beast platform public? That isn't a real virtual world. That is a real small world. The soul beasts inside are all real. You actually tricked the pagoda into thinking that it's a virtual world? Gu Yuna smiled. That's right, they are so gullible. But they will only send their consciousness in. They will also think that it's a virtual world. Furthermore, there are two mythological beasts, the Azure Dragon and the Titan there. I believe they will know how to take care of those invaders. Heh, you really are a two-faced woman, Tang Wulin said. Same here. Didn't I learn this from you? Gu Yuna smiled. The entrance to the Myriad Beast platform was a door of light. It looked very strange. According to the staff's instructions, as long as they walked through this door of light, they could begin the test. Tang Wulin and the others also entered without hesitation. When Tang Wulin's consciousness entered, he looked around. This was a world full of vitality, and there was a very strong sense of familiarity. Great Stardow Forest? A peculiar expression immediately appeared on Tang Wulin's face. Not long ago, his brother-in-law once took him to the Great Stardow Forest and encountered the legendary 10 great savage beasts. He also fought with the number 1 savage beast, the Tion. Of course, he was completely suppressed. Although the Golden Dragon King's bloodline had some effect on him, he was still suppressed. The Tion looked at him very disdainfully. Fortunately, his brother-in-law was there. Otherwise, the Tion might have really killed him. At that time, his brother-in-law was really cool. With just a sentence, if you dare to touch him, I will stew you into dragon soup. The number 1 savage beast in Daw, the Tion, was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. Now, he was once again in a place that was very similar to the Great Stardow Forest. This place was no different from the Great Stardow Forest. Was this really a virtual world? Hey, Wulin, hurry up and follow. Tang Wulin's voice sounded in front. Oh, I'm coming. Tang Wulin hurriedly followed, but he was stunned when he went over. This was because there was a jade bird on his brother-in-law's left shoulder. That was a stupid bird with a bad temper. There were also a few jade birds flying around him nonstop. There was a group of darkfire demon monkeys, amethyst rock snakes, and other extinct soul beasts around him. Furthermore, they were all bad-tempered soul beasts. These soul beasts were just quietly standing in front of his brother-in-law, as obedient as kittens. This brother-in-law, Tang Wulin, had just spoken when he attracted the unfriendly gazes of the soul beasts. Hashtag asterisk asterisk hashtag. It's okay, he is the Golden Dragon King. Tang Wulin smiled faintly as he said something to the soul beasts in a language that Tang Wulin didn't understand. When the soul beasts heard this, they looked at Tang Wulin with a trace of shock in their eyes. After that, Tang Wulin saw that the soul beasts were all lightning in front of him before prostrating on the ground. It was as if they were worshipping an emperor. Tang Wulin didn't know what was going on. He looked at Tang Wulin. It's okay now. They are actually very easy to get along with. Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. Tang Wulin saw that a few darkfire demon monkeys took out a lot of strange fruits and handed them to Tang Wulin respectfully. Tang Wulin picked it up doubtfully. It's edible, Tang Wulin said. Tang Wulin looked at the fruit and took a bite. Then a cool feeling came over him. The fruit tasted very good, and some invisible life force surged into his body. Thank you. He touched the darkfire demon monkey's furry fur. The darkfire demon monkey bowed to him. Let's go, Wulin. Let's go deeper and meet 2 old acquaintances. Tang Wulin said with a faint smile. Then what about Lan Fuzi? She can take care of herself. Probably. However, let's go meet your brother-in-law's 2 acquaintances first. Oh. Chapter 105. When Tang Wulin and Tang Wulin came out of Lan Fuzi, the surveillance team asked them some questions. Of course, they wouldn't tell them anything, so they just made up some random lies. They stayed in there for a very long time and successfully obtained full marks. With Neotion Titan's power, the mortals couldn't discover him. They hid in the shadows and watched Tang Wulin from time to time. Jump, elimination round. The elimination round would begin today, and there would be a total of 4 rounds. Compared to the round-robin stage, the knockout stage would definitely be more intense. That was because the prizes would be different every time one went around. All of the Soul Masters had witnessed the massive outlay that the Spirit Pagoda had made, and who wouldn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain something useful. After their experience in the Myriad Beast Plane, they were even more convinced that Pagoda would bring out something good. Tang Wulin, forgive me for being blunt, but your prizes are all trash. According to the rules of the joust for a spouse, those under the age of 35 with 6 soul rings or above could participate. However, if one had 7 soul rings or above, then the age limit could be relaxed. The age limit for a 7-ring soul master was 40 years old, an 8-ring soul master was 45 years old, and a title de loi was 50 years old. In other words, this Joust for a Spouse event was open to all high-grade soul masters under the age of 50 and above 20 years old. 50 years old wasn't a young age for some of the more talented soul masters. As such, Tang Wulin saw that not only was there a title Daw on the list sent by the Tang men, there was also a 40-year-old Super Daw. The first elimination round had already begun. The Soul Masters in the first round had already entered the arena, and Tang Wulin turned his attention to the 6th arena. At this time, 2 contestants had already stepped onto the 6th stage. One of them was tall and had bare arms, revealing his bronze skin. His arms were as thick as a normal person's thigh, and his fiery red short hair stood up like steel needles. Just by standing there, he gave off a dignified feeling. Qi Shanming controlled the fire element. It was said that when he spoke, he caused a fire in the delivery room. He had innately full soul power and was 37 years old. He was a rank 91 title de law. His opponent was a rank 83 soul power user named Yuan Hui. He was a person who kept a low profile and didn't reveal his true strength. There wasn't much information about him. He looked very ordinary, and everything about him looked very ordinary. He was about 28 years old, and there wasn't anything special about him. On the spectator's platform, Tang Wulin immediately recognized him as Yuan and Yehue. Titan in the dark looked at Yuan in disbelief. How is this possible? What's wrong? Neotion looked at Titan suspiciously. Big brother. She has my bloodline undulations. Titan trembled as he spoke. What? Sigma. Degree, winky face. Needless to say, Yuan and Yehue was very strong. It didn't take long for him to defeat Doloa. Next, it was Tang Wulin's turn. His opponent was an 8-ring Contra, and he was quite strong. East Wind through the ages didn't come because it was the semifinals. Tang Yuling was a little bored, and she was dozing off. It had to be said that she was really bored. Gu Yuna and Bai Yi, who were sitting beside her, saw her like this and shook their heads helplessly. They couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't control her. In this world, no one could control her except herself. Yuling, who do you think will win? Sengoku Jokio asked Tang Yuling. Tang Yuling, Gu Yuna, and Byakuya had a vicious look in their eyes. How dare you call our sister by her name? Byakuya said to Jacques Ting fiercely. If not for the fact that her master hadn't given the order, she would have chopped this scum into pieces. Sengoku Jokio trembled. She almost forgot that the person sitting in the main seat was a god. That god who could easily crush me to death. Fortunately, I borrowed the clan heirloom from my family. I should be fine. As long as I win the competition in the end, I'll fight them again. At that time, I'll use my clan's heirloom. Even if you're a god, ringless god weapon, you won't be a match for my clan's heirloom, divine weapon fragment of Singatis, a level 3 god. As long as I use my clan heirloom, I shouldn't have any problems defeating a true god. Where did you get your confidence from? As long as I win, I'll I'll be able to consummate my marriage with the three girls. Ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Sigh. I can't stop Jia Ting from courting death every day. I think that Jade Dragon Moon is done for. He doesn't know what kind of opponent he's facing, Sengoku Jokio said confidently. Tang Yuling glanced coldly at Sengoku Jokio and snorted coldly. She then looked at Tang Wulin and Ao Wuchang, the eight-ring Contra. Do you really think that a mere gate of summoning can defeat the Jade Dragon Moon? Ignorance is bliss, Tang Yuling said calmly. Sengoku Jokio trembled and looked at Tang Yuling in shock. She knew Ao Wuchang's background with just one look, as expected of a god. Boom, 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 boom. Under the stunned gazes of the audience, the terrifying lightning covered the entire arena in an instant. The square competition stage, which was 100 meters long, was instantly filled with lightning. Even the powerful protective barrier felt like it was about to collapse at this moment. It was completely dyed bluish-purple. Regardless of whether it was the 100,000-year-old Wolf Emperor or Ao Wuchang, they were both submerged in the terrifying world of lightning. Not a single trace of them could be seen. It was like a strange world of thunder and lightning. Even the other 9 competition stages were illuminated by the thunder and lightning, attracting the attention of the other contestants who were in the middle of the competition. Heavens! What the hell is going on? On the rostrum, Sengoku Jokio could no longer remain calm when he saw this scene. He jumped up and looked at the competition stage with a burning gaze. The expression on his face also became very interesting. He suddenly felt like his face was in extreme pain. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Byakuya sneered. Sengoku Jokio frowned and looked at the world of lightning on the stage with a grave expression. What would happen if he was in there? The world of lightning dissipated, revealing the twitching Wolf Emperor and Ao Wuchang lying on the ground. From time to time, sparks would flash across their bodies. Tang Wulin stood on top of the Wolf Emperor's head and walked down from it with a leisurely expression. He arrogantly glanced at Ao Wuchang, who was twitching on the ground, and then walked off the stage. The match was over, and Jade Dragon Moon was the winner. In this match, the foreplay was much longer than the actual match. Ao Wuchang, who had looked extremely powerful at the beginning of the match, looked like a clown at this moment. No matter how much he tried to jump around, the final result was that he was instantly killed. The changes in this situation were truly ironic. This is the Ao Wuchang you said could defeat Jade Dragon Moon? Why does he have to stand in front of Jade Dragon Moon? Guyan sneered at Jia Ting. Sengoku Jokio's face was very red. He didn't know where to put his face. It was very unpleasant to be slapped in the face. Moreover, it was in front of the girl he liked. This was very embarrassing. He looked at Jade Dragon Moon with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. The extreme north, the terrifying temperature was -150 degrees Celsius. It was very unsuitable for humans to live here. Only a few soul beasts that were used to the cold could live here. The extreme north was also known as one of the 5 Forbidden Lands. However, there were many opportunities here. 10,000 years ago, Yuhao was a peerless powerhouse. He had gained the trust of the 2 heavenly kings of the extreme north, the Ice and Snow Empresses. In the end, the Ice and Snow Empresses chose to follow Yuhao, and this led to the birth of a legend. At this moment, there was a group of black figures in this world of ice and snow. They were all wearing long black robes, and large black cloaks covered their heads to resist the cold. This was a valley, and the surrounding mountains were all covered in ice and snow. It gave off a strange feeling. In this world of ice and snow, everything was trembling slightly. The reason for the trembling came from these black-robed men. There were many of them, more than 300 of them. They were all methodically setting up something on the ground. In this world of ice and snow, many unknown objects were placed here. Occasionally, one could see some strange lights on the surface of these objects. The entire valley was densely packed. It was obvious that they had been busy here for a long time. In this place where there were very few people, even the Federation satellites wouldn't be able to monitor them. On the mountain peaks of the surrounding valleys, there were faintly discernible area of effect soul tools. Even if the satellites were to observe this place carefully, they would only see a patch of ice and snow. How's the progress? A hoarse and unpleasant voice sounded. We're 60% done. Everything is going according to plan. A black-robed man respectfully reported to the cave where the hoarse voice came from. Very good. Continue. Sengoku Jokio has done a good deed. Right now, everyone's attention should be on his stupid joust for a spouse. Keek, keek, keek. What these people didn't know was that there were 3 figures silently watching their every move on the extreme Song Ice Peak in the deepest part of the northernmost land. How dare they set their sights on our northernmost land? Ignorant mortals. The Ice Empress, who was wearing a green Gothic dress, sat on the mountain peak and looked down at the group of people from the Holy Ghost religion. They're actually working with the Abyss. Now, they're even trying to let those weaklings from the Abyss in. They're planning to work together to conquer the Doloa continent. Just based on this, Yuhao won't let them off. The Snow Empress, who was wearing a snow-white princess dress and an icy blue crown, said coldly, It's a pity that Yuhao didn't let us make a move now. Yuhao told us to wait until the Demon Emperor and those little ghosts from the Abyss appear. Furthermore, Yuhao said that he's only going to teach them a lesson. He didn't even allow us to kill them. I don't know what he's thinking. My hands are itching for a fight. The Skydream, who had long golden hair and was wearing a white and golden robe, said disappointedly, Why don't you fight with us? The Ice Empress and Snow Empress looked at the Skydream. Forget it then. Tang Wulin was very lucky. He met a 6-ringed soul emperor. That poor kid was knocked unconscious by a glare from Tang Wulin as soon as he entered the arena. Tang Wulin was very bored. His opponents were too weak. In fact, it wasn't that they were too weak. Tang Wulin was just too strong. After a few days, it was time for the round-robin stage. Tang Wulin yawned. He had spent the entire night forging his battle armor. You're already a titled Doloa, and you're still complaining about being sleepy? An unhappy voice sounded from behind him. Behind Tang Wulin, Lan Fuzi, who was drinking milk, and Tang Wulin walked in front of him. A titled Doloa can go for weeks without rest. You're still sleepy? Lan Fuzi looked at Tang Wulin with disdain. What does that have to do with you? Tang Wulin didn't give him any face. Don't argue, Tang Wulin said indifferently. The two were stunned and didn't argue again. Hello, young geniuses. I am East Wind through the ages. At this moment, Pagoda's owner's booming voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. The large screen on the rostrum revealed his appearance. First, I'd like to congratulate you on behalf of Pagoda for entering the top 100. The fact that you've made it this far is enough to prove your strength. You are all outstanding figures of the Federation's younger generation. At the same time, you've already received the rewards that Pagoda mentioned. After the conclusion of the joust for a spouse event, they will all be given to you. Next, we'll begin the lot drawing ceremony. For the sake of fairness, we've invited the War Shrine's Vice Shrine Master to personally oversee the entire process to ensure fairness and impartiality. We also hope that you'll be able to stand out in the following round-robin matches. In the end, you'll be chosen by the 3 beauties. I'll get straight to the point. I'm sure that you're all tired after so many days of competition. Once the lot drawing ceremony is over, make sure to adjust as soon as possible. Prepare to face your opponents in your best condition. Now then, let the lot drawing begin. The apparatus in front of the screen started to operate, and the hundreds of small balls inside began to vibrate violently. At this moment, an old man descended from the sky and floated above the apparatus. He only had his hands behind his back, and it seemed like he wasn't doing anything. The War Shrine's Vice Shrine Master, a veteran war god, Wetian Doloa, Guan Yu. He was definitely a veteran of the War Shrine, someone of the same generation as Hanhai Doru. He was also an expert at the level of Ultimate Doloa, but in terms of realm, he was slightly inferior to Hanhai Doru, Chen Xinjia. Tang Wulin looked at the old man below the stage and couldn't help but think to himself, this little brat was actually invited here? Does this scum, who's condemned by history, think that he can hold the fort just because he's here? Next, we'll announce the results of a lot drawing. First, the first group. Number 17, Pan Xingzhou, number 23. The names were read out one by one, and the people whose names were called immediately perked up. It didn't matter which group they were in. What mattered was who they were in the same group with. Number 66, Jade Dragon Moon. Number 88, Sengoku Jokio. Tang Wulin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Had they bumped into each other already? The contestants present all looked at Tang Wulin, who was standing at the back, and Sengoku Jokio, who was standing at the front. Sengoku Jokio turned around and looked at Tang Wulin with a burning gaze. Tang Wulin was calm and composed. He only curled his lips and revealed a provocative look, which was completely in line with his identity as the second young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Tang Wulin looked at Guan Yu, who was in the air and the rostrum. Huh, there must be something going on. They must have done something. It was time for the Dance Spirit group. Number 65, Jade Dragon Rain. Number 72, The Sword Berry's Life. A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face as she turned toward a handsome man who appeared to be in his 30s. This man had a head of long black hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. There was a scar above his left eye, and he appeared very domineering. Furthermore, everyone had watched his matches, and he was also a very popular figure as he was a hyper-Doloa. His martial soul was the legendary Stegosaurus King. The Stegosaurus King was a dragon king of the Stegosaurus race outside of the 9 great dragon kings. It was a true dragon species. His combat strength was not inferior to the elemental dragon kings at all. According to the legend of Doloa, the Stegosaurus King's forelimbs were sword-shaped. They didn't have claws, but they were unusually sharp. Their attacks were fast and agile. They had long, sort of like horns on their heads. The edges of their wings were as sharp as blades, and there were many spikes on their tails. They were very good at fighting. However, their reproductive ability was relatively poor, which led to their extinction. The Sword Berry's life's martial soul was this legendary soul beast that had long gone extinct. Everyone looked at him with fear and then looked at the 18-year-old child. He was really too young, but no one here looked down on him. This was because he didn't make a single move when he appeared. He defeated his opponents with just a glance. Some of his opponents were Soul Emperors, Soul Sages, and Contra. However, to be able to defeat them with just a glance, even a titled Dalaw wouldn't be able to do it. However, there were also some people who thought that he should be a spiritual-type soul master. Furthermore, his spiritual power was definitely very strong. He could use his spiritual attack to completely defeat people with lower spiritual power than him. The Sword Berry's life looked at Tang Wulin with a burning gaze. Only such a strong person is qualified to be my opponent. The Sword Berry's life. But you are not qualified to be his opponent. However, in order to marry her grace, I must win. Tang Wulin looked at the Sword Berry's life indifferently. This brat is quite talented. It's a pity that you met me. Don't worry, I'll let you live, brat. Today's match was scheduled for tomorrow, so everyone knew which group they were in. They all returned to adjust their mentality. That night, Tang Wulin discovered that Wulin hadn't returned. He was puzzled. After closing his eyes for a second, he discovered Tang Wulin's location. It's quite lively here. After speaking, Tang Wulin disappeared from the room in the blink of an eye. Beside a lake in the forest, Tang Wulin, Lan Fuzi, Yuan and Yehue, and Xiesun all stared at the dozen people in front of them. Each of them had a powerful aura. The leader was an old man. Yuanin, what do you mean by calling for help? Are you planning to resist? A middle-aged man beside the old man shouted sternly. Yuan and Yehue's eyes flashed with stubbornness. He's my friend. I won't go back with you. The middle-aged man said angrily, You dare to be so impudent in front of your grandfather. That's enough. The old man raised his hand and stopped the middle-aged man from continuing. He didn't even look at Tang Wulin and Lan Fuzi. He only looked at Yuan and Yehue and said, Come back with me. Change your name. I won't destroy your second martial soul. No. Yuan and Yehue suddenly became agitated. I won't change my name. From the day I left, I was no longer your family. So many years have passed. Why are you still looking for me? I have nothing to do with you. My name was passed down to me by my mother. My surname was passed down to me by my father. No one has the right to take it away from me. I won't go back with you. Even if I die, I won't. Tang Wulin looked at the old man with a serious expression. He didn't expect Yuan and Yehue's family to come here. Moreover, the pressure they gave him was no less than that of a quasi-god like Holosa. After a short exchange, he was actually injured. You really won't? The old man said indifferently. Yuan and Yehue said without hesitation, even if I die. The old man said indifferently, you've inherited your family's bloodline. Your strength is bestowed by your family's bloodline. If you don't want to go back to your family, then I'll destroy you and take you back. Yuan and Yehue raised his head and said coldly, just like you did to my father. The old man's expression changed, and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. The middle-aged man beside him, who had spoken earlier, flew into a rage. Lei Feng, what do you know? The middle-aged man was already charging toward Yuan and Yehue as he spoke. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the air around him seemed to have congealed and become extremely heavy. His right arm suddenly became thick, a little like the body sex fighting style. The enlarged right hand directly grabbed at Yuan and Yehue's shoulder. Ayaya, it's quite lively here. The scene of domestic violence. A blue figure appeared in front of Yuan and Yehue. The moment he appeared, an invisible aura instantly erupted from his body. Whoosh! The terrifying aura pushed the middle-aged man back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground. The old man was shocked and hurriedly rushed in front of the middle-aged man. He looked at the blue-haired youth with fear in his eyes. Even he didn't sense how this child appeared. An expert. It was an expert who was even stronger than him. Big Brother. Jade Dragon Rain. Big Brother. Tang Wulin, Lan Fuzi, Xie Sun, and Yuan and Yehue said at the same time. They all refer to the same person by different names. Tang Wulin, Senior. May I know who you are? I hope you won't interfere with our family matters. The old man's tone became respectful. The middle-aged man behind him and the dozen or so other people were shocked. Who was the old man? He was the family's old patriarch, a demigod expert. I can't say I'm a mighty expert, but I can take care of you people with a glare. As for family matters, Yuan and Yehue is my younger brother's woman, so this is also a family matter. Tang Wulin waved his hand, and an ice throne appeared behind him. He sat there calmly. The injured middle-aged man was furious. Little brat, you sure talk big. Our Yuan and family isn't afraid of a little brat like you. During the glory days of our family, who knows where you were sucking milk? Just as he spoke, boom, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck his head. Even the old man didn't react. Even if he did, he definitely wouldn't dare to take the lightning head-on because it gave him a life-threatening feeling. Boom! Ah! With a scream, the middle-aged man fell to the ground in pain. Those who disrespect me will be punished by lightning. Tang Wulin supported his tilted head with his right hand and said indifferently, who do you think you are? Do you think you're so great just because you have the Titan, giant ape, martial soul? What right do you have to shout in front of me? What right do you have to touch my people? The old man and the others didn't dare to move. This kind of expert wasn't someone they could deal with. Manager, that's enough. Let them go. Yuan and Yehue said. What? Are you softening your heart? Tang Wulin looked at Yuan and Yehue behind him. They are my former family after all. Yuan and Yehue lowered her head and said, is it because of what happened to your parents? Tang Wulin said indifferently. Yuan and Yehue was shocked. She raised her head and looked at Tang Wulin in shock. Even the old man and the others were looking at Tang Wulin in shock. He actually knew about what happened to the family? Yuan and Yehue smiled bitterly. She almost forgot that the store manager was omniscient. Nothing could be hidden from the store manager. Tang Wulin looked at the old man indifferently. Yuan and Jintian. Brat, that's your name, right? The old man and the others were shocked. Even his name was known, and from his tone, it was as if he was talking to a junior. Those who possess the fallen angel martial soul can indeed be called the devil's emissary. After reaching the titled Dolor realm, it's very likely that they'll go berserk and become the devil's emissary. They'll summon the devil's gate to attract the devils from the devil's plane and have them invade the continent of Dolor. This is a very frightening thing. However, there's still a problem with the devil's plane. I can sever the connection between the fallen angel martial soul and the devil's plane. Tang Wulin said. Yuan and Yehue trembled. She didn't know that her martial soul had such a thing. Yuan and Jintian and the others were also shocked, speechless. Only their family knew about this matter. Who was this youth? Tang Wulin stood up and waved his hand lightly. The surrounding scene instantly changed. Yuan and Jintian and the others were shocked. They had actually returned to the family. What kind of power was this? Changing the scene with a wave of his hand, Yuan and Yehue trembled. She's home. Tang Wulin wasn't surprised at all. Lan Fuzi seemed to be used to it. Tell her the truth, Jintian brat. Tang Wulin said indifferently. Yuan and Jintian and the others trembled. Although they were a little unhappy with Tang Wulin calling them that, they couldn't beat him. AI. Yuan and Jintian sighed. He turned to Yuan and Yehue and said, the truth of the matter is like this. If you want to know the truth, please read the original article. I won't write it in detail here. Yuan and Yehue stood there in a daze. Yuan and Jintian had already told her the truth. Now, she didn't know whether to hate him, or Yuan and Jintian stood up and looked at Yuan and Yehue. Yuan and Yehue, no matter what, the tragedy of that time cannot be repeated. Also, come back and see your father. You are the only thing in his heart. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid he would have already. Yuan and Yehue's body trembled. She bit her lower lip and nodded slowly. I will go back. Okay, it's time to go. We still have the competition tomorrow. Tang Wulin waved his hand, and Yuan and Yehue, Xia Sun, Lan Fuzi, and Tang Wulin disappeared. I should also go. Jintian brat. I will bring her here after the competition and let her reunite with her father. Tang Wulin finished speaking and got up to leave. Wait, senior, may I ask what your title is? Yuan and Jintian stopped Tang Wulin and asked, title? That's too many, but there is one that you should be familiar with. Yes, Spirit Ice. Tang Wulin said and disappeared. Yuan and Jintian and the others were left dumbfounded. Chapter 106. After that, Tang Wulin took the stage and easily defeated his opponents, including Levis and Mu Tian. He even created his own unique technique, Dragon Emperor Break. He successfully advanced to the next round. However, something interesting happened to Long Yu in the first group. All of his opponents had given up on the battle. Nonsense. His opponents had all seen his terrifying strength. Were they waiting to be beaten up if they didn't forfeit? Yu Jingyu had also snuck into the group, but he didn't dare to fight Jade Dragon Rain. That was a big brother. He was an existence that could crush anyone. Thus, Jade Dragon Rain easily advanced to the top 10, and he was the first one to do so. Tang Wulin sat on the sofa in a daze with his head lowered. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. What's wrong? Tang Wulin sat down across from him. Why do you look so down? Brother-in-law. Tang Wulin raised his head. Guyina came looking for me. Tang Wulin was taken aback. Let me guess. She asked you to leave? Tang Wulin nodded in response. I also asked her why she was distancing herself from me, and I even told her that I would stand by her side no matter what, but she told me. She's going to make the world, the continent, and all of humanity her enemy, right? Tang Wulin said calmly. Tang Wulin was shocked. Brother-in-law, you already knew? Silly boy. I know her better than you do. Tang Wulin looked at the bottle in his hand. There was a pill inside that was exuding a peculiar energy. Brother-in-law, you... Tang Wulin was taken aback. I think I've roughly guessed her choice. But since I'm here, then she has no other choice. I'm sorry, Wulin. In the end, she will definitely not choose you because of that matter. In that case, you won't mind letting her stay by my side, right? At the very least, it's better than staying in that slag pavilion. A smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. Tang Wulin was still in a daze. As Tang Wulin had successfully advanced to the next round, he was now a free man. He would watch Wulin's matches when he had nothing to do. Among Wulin's opponents, only the last one, Jia Ting, was worthy of a match. Therefore, he was happy to be idle. Although Lan Fuzi had been circling around him recently, he was a little annoyed. During this period, something happened. Titan went to find Yuan and Yehui and found out that she was his junior. Tang Wuling was rather surprised to see this. Wow, gorilla, when did you sleep with a woman? I don't even know. When Titan told him the story of the past, Tang Wuling felt that this kid was too pitiful. He was an idiot who did not even understand a girl's heart. Soon, the last match of the third group, which was also the advancement match, was between Tang Wuling and Jia Ting. Tang Wuling walked up to the stage, but turned his head to look in the direction of the VIP platform. Although he could not see her, he could feel that she was there. A faint smile appeared on his face. He completely ignored the Sengoku Jokyo opposite him and waved in the direction of the VIP platform. At this time, the protective shield had been raised, and the voices of the commentators were also blocked out. Wow, everyone look! His Majesty Jade Dragon Moon is waving in the direction of the VIP platform. He even showed a confident smile, or rather, a mysterious smile. It seems that he is very confident in himself. However, isn't this a little too frivolous? Isn't he afraid of leaving a bad impression in Miss Gu Yuna's heart? As a commentator, the home field advantage was obvious. No matter how fair he looked on the surface, he would still be biased towards Sengoku Jokyo. Sengoku Jokyo snorted coldly. His voice echoed in the stage, and only Tang Wuling could hear it. Tang Wuling turned around and frowned. What are you shouting for? Sengoku Jokyo said coldly. There's no point in arguing. Later, I'll let you know who's qualified to be your man. Tang Wuling smiled indifferently. Of course I know, because that person is me. Moreover, even if it's not me, it's definitely not you. To be honest, my brother is more suitable than me. Sengoku Jokyo frowned. Jade Dragon Rain? To be honest, he was not confident that he could beat Jade Dragon Rain. Even if he had a divine weapon, he was not confident. Let's wait and see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Holding the coiling dragon staff with both hands, Sengoku Jokyo rushed into the air like lightning. A dazzling white light burst out from his body, and the coiling dragon staff in his hand rapidly grew to 100 meters long, as if it was going to break through the sky. Sengoku Jokyo's entire body became illusory, then suddenly grew larger. He held the coiling dragon staff with both hands, bent his body backward, and swung the coiling dragon staff in Tang Wuling's direction. The 100-meter-long coiling dragon staff looked like it was going to split the heavens and the earth. It was as if the entire world was going to collapse. Tang Wuling took a step forward, and he was already in the air. He took a deep breath, and his entire body seemed to have become tall and straight in an instant. He first withdrew his right fist to his waist, then turned his body, twisted his waist, and threw out a punch. This punch was simple and straightforward. It did not look fancy, nor did it have any flashy lights. In front of the huge, coiling dragon staff, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. From a visual point of view, Tang Wuling's fist had unknowingly turned bluish-purple. It was crystal clear and as deep as a sapphire. When he threw out the punch, there was a slight resonance in the air. Boom! The collision was almost instantaneous. In an instant, the entire world seemed to shake violently, and it gave people a feeling of tremors. A figure fell from the sky like a meteorite and landed on the ground with a thud. With his feet as the center, large cracks spread out in all directions. It was Tang Wuling. On the other hand, Sengoku Jokyo's coiling dragon staff bounced back. One could clearly see that a large amount of fine lightning had appeared on the coiling dragon staff. As the user, Sengoku Jokyo's body returned to normal, but it was unable to continue chasing after Tang Wuling. In the spectator stands, Tang Wuling remained calm, and Lan Fuzi, who had a hint of worry in his eyes, watched the match. Is he okay? Lan Fuzi asked worriedly. Don't worry about him. The one who should be worried is that Jia Ting. Tang Wulin said calmly. Unyielding staff technique? A hint of disdain flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes. Little monkey can destroy your coiling dragon staff with a casual swing of his staff. Do you think that just because a dragon sacrificed your broken staff, you think it's the real coiling dragon staff? The real coiling dragon staff had already been cut in half by the previous me. Jump a bit. Sengoku Jokyo had been devoured, and so had the white dragon beneath him. In the entire space, there were only giant dragons circling back and forth, letting out loud dragon roars. The dance of 1,000 dragons was earth-shattering. 7-colored light rose up, then gradually faded and disappeared. The light beneath his feet also disappeared. Only Tang Wulin remained hovering in midair, a baffled look on his face. On the other side, Sengoku Jokyo had already landed on the ground. His battle armor was still there, but the coiling dragon staff in his hand had changed. The dragon on the coiling dragon staff was gone. All that was left was a bare staff. The scene instantly became very strange. In the commentator stands, Effie could only gape at this moment. Now that things had developed to this point, she had no idea how to explain the situation. Tang Wulin's mouth twitched. He had clearly felt those giant dragons calling out to him, and he had even been the core of those dragons. He felt as if he had grasped onto something, but was unable to truly control it. It wasn't that simple. He should have been able to guide them. However, if he missed the feeling of that moment, everything would disappear very quickly. It was just that Sengoku Jokyo's battle armor domain and the dragon on his coiling dragon staff had both disappeared. Right at this moment, an exasperated voice rang out. Don't think that you can win just like that. Only then did Tang Wulin recall that he was still in the middle of the battle, and there was still a love rival across from him. Sengoku Jokyo was stunned, but this match was simply far too important to him. He couldn't lose Guyu. Guyu was the most important part of his life, so he had to win this match no matter what. Sengoku Jokyo used his coiling dragon staff to support his body as he spoke. In the instant that his domain had been destroyed, over half of his soul power had disappeared, and even his battle armor had become dull and lusterless. Without his evil vanquishing dragon, he had lost at least 60% of his power. However, he wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Instead, he appeared to be filled with confidence. He extended his left hand, and an item appeared in his left palm. It was an object in the shape of a hexagon. It appeared to be a gray metal badge, but in the instant that it appeared, the dazzling competition platform suddenly dimmed. It was that kind of abrupt dimness, as if day had turned into evening in an instant. That things seemed to be absorbing the light. The metal badge then slowly rose up from Sengoku Jokyo's hand. As it hovered in mid-air, the metal badge began to rapidly expand, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached a diameter of over 10 meters. It hovered in mid-air, facing Tang Wulin directly. A bone-chilling sensation instantly spread through Tang Wulin's entire body. In that instant, he felt as if his entire body had stiffened, and an indescribable sense of trepidation surged through his mind. A peculiar snake appeared on the surface of the metal badge. The snake twisted its body, and its entire body was grayish-black in color. Its tongue was massive, and it was situated right at the center of the metal badge. Right at this moment, its eyes opened. As soon as Tang Wulin caught sight of its eyes, his entire body instantly stiffened, and even the energy circulating within his battle armor seemed to have been sealed in that instant. What kind of eyes were those? They were completely crimson in color, and they were like two crimson abysses that were sucking away Tang Wulin's soul. Tang Wulin could vaguely make out an illusory figure that was over 100 meters tall behind the metal badge. Her hair was a series of giant snakes, and her eyes were crimson, which were filled with a dark aura. In Tang Wulin's perception, everything around him seemed to have transformed into a crimson abyss. The Sengoku Jokyo stared at Tang Wulin, who was suspended in mid-air, and even began to fall back uncontrollably. A sinister smile appeared on his face. You asked for it. You asked for it. This soul-sucking badge was said to have been passed down from a true god, the sin god Medusa. This was a true divine artifact, and also the most precious treasure of the family of the ages. Every time it was used, countless sacrifices had to be made to the remnant soul of the sin god hidden within the soul-sucking badge. In order to maintain its existence, the soul-sucking badge had to be sacrificed. For the sake of this soul-sucking badge, the Chingu family had killed countless soul beasts. In the spectator stands, Tang Wulin's pupils contracted slightly. The sin god Medusa? Sin? No, it's just a clone of Sin. In the next instant, a trace of fury flashed through his eyes. A trace of the power of Sin has actually been used by mortals like you? If her original body knew about this, she would definitely drag you all into the abyss of sin. On the main stage, Gu Yuna frowned. The sin god Medusa? If she remembered correctly, the first sin god was the Medusa generation. Those who inherited the sin god's position were all called Medusa. The only difference was that there were a few generations after that. In the past, she was also one of Xiaoyao's generals. The sin god was a god formed by gathering all the negative emotions in the world. To a certain extent, she was the opposite of the god of emotions. The so-called 7 original sins had evolved from her. However, for some reason, Xiaoyao kept her by his side. At that time, the first sin god was comparable to a god king. There was no need for her to serve Xiaoyao. However, she did not know why the Medusa generation was willing to stay by his side. In the end, she sacrificed herself for her tribe in the war between the dragon god and the dragon god. Gu Yuna was very grateful to the Medusa generation. However, in order to consolidate their rule, the higher-ups of the divine realm stripped the sin god Medusa of her godhood, making it impossible for her to become a Tier 2 god. She could only remain a Tier 3 god forever. Anyone who inherited a godhood could only remain a Tier 3 god forever, unable to ascend. However, how did her divine artifact fragment appear in the continent of Dolua? Gu Yuna looked at Tang Yuling. Tang Yuling's expression did not change, but Gu Yuna could tell that she had some doubts in her heart. Tang Yuling glanced at East Wind through the ages. East Wind through the ages was completely focused on his grandson and did not notice that Tang Yuling was staring at him. It seemed like the family of the ages had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. They even managed to find a divine artifact fragment. Tang Wuling was so uncomfortable that he was about to go crazy. He only felt that his soul was stiffening bit by bit, and his entire spiritual sea seemed to be drying up and drying up. Both his soul core and dragon core felt as if they were being petrified at this moment. He had never encountered such pressure before. It was a feeling that came from the inside out. To put it simply, it was a feeling of collapse. Yes, it was a feeling that was on the verge of collapse. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from this feeling. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to scream, but he could not make a sound. Right at this moment, something in his spiritual sea seemed to have been triggered. In the next instant, a speck of golden light suddenly bloomed. Everything that had withered and stiffened was instantly warmed by that golden light. Tang Wuling's spirit also returned to normal almost instantly. He also saw that speck of golden light. After that, a sentence faintly surfaced in his mind. It sounded like his father's voice. The power of sin should not linger in the mortal world. In the next instant, he was completely awake. In the Sengoku Jokyo's eyes, Tang Wuling's body was slowly turning grayish-black under the illumination of the spirit assimilating tablet. His life energy was rapidly draining away. According to historical records, those who were illuminated by the spirit assimilating tablet would be completely devoid of life energy in a short period of time. Then, they would be reduced to dust and disappear completely. Die. You dare to be my rival in love? Die. However, right at this moment, Tang Wuling's eyes suddenly lit up. A grayish-black stream of air rolled out from his body and turned into an illusory female head. It even let out a shrill cry filled with fear. Then, he saw a golden light bloom in Tang Wuling's right hand. It turned into a huge Poseidon trident. Tang Wulin looked at the completely stunned Sengoku Jokio with a mocking gaze. Divine weapon? Ha! My father is a god. My mother is a god. My sister is a god. My brother-in-law is a god. My whole family is a god. You dare to compete against me with a divine weapon? The Poseidon trident slashed out like lightning, leaving behind a gorgeous golden halo in the air. No! Sengoku Jokio and East Wind Through the Ages on the rostrum shouted almost at the same time. However, at this moment, no one could stop all of this from happening. Just as the Poseidon trident was about to shatter the spirit-assimilating tablet, whoosh, everything around them seemed to have stopped. Among them, only Tang Wulin could move. No, it wasn't just Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin appeared in the arena. Brother-in-law. Tang Wulin was puzzled. Tang Wulin waved his hand, and the spirit-assimilating tablet appeared in his hand. Third brother. To be honest, you have no chance of beating Sin at her peak, Tang Wulin said calmly as he looked at the Poseidon trident. Poseidon trident suddenly emitted a blue light. A blurry face appeared in front of Tang Wulin. Father. Tang Wulin was shocked. Tang San's face looked at Tang Wulin and nodded. Then, he looked at Tang Wulin. You want to take her away? Tang Wulin smiled faintly. His eyes seemed to say, Isn't that obvious? Forget it. Take her away then. Tang San's blurry face said helplessly. Thank you, Dancing Spirit said. Huh, how long has it been since you said thank you to me? I don't know. Tang San looked at Tang Wulin. Child, take advantage of this time to pass the third test. But Tang Wulin wanted to say something. Tang Wulin continued, I've already paused time. You can go and complete the test without worry. Well, all right then. Tang Wulin looked at the soul catcher tablet in his hand and said calmly, Which generation are you? The soul catcher tablet suddenly trembled. A timid girl's voice sounded, The third generation of Medusa. You broke the eye of Medusa into pieces just like that? You can't even protect your own divine weapon. What right do you have to call yourself a god? Tang Wulin's tone was reproachful. My lord, I know my mistake. You're only left with your soul? Yes, my lord. It's because I committed a serious crime several tens of thousands of years ago and was sentenced to death by the 5 great divine kings. My divine body was destroyed, and only a remnant of my divine soul was left. At the crucial moment, the Medusas, I absorbed the remnant of my divine soul into it. After that, it split itself and left the god realm. After that, the eye of Medusa fell into 13 Delaw, and it was picked up by the family of the ages. Tang Wulin said, Yes, it looks like it's not all your fault. Then you can stay by my side for now. Yes. As you command, my lord. Inside the Poseidon divine weapon, Poseidon's third test, state of mind completed. Time 1 year. Tang Wulin came out and found that time was still paused outside. Brother-in-law, I'm done. He looked at Tang Wulin on the spectator stand. Tang Wulin nodded in response before snapping her fingers. The surroundings returned to normal. The Sengoku Jokio, which had been paused, started moving again. No! He roared and swung the coiling dragon staff in his hand at Tang Wulin. Clang! Tang Wulin instinctively raised the Poseidon trident in his hand. The Poseidon trident seemed to have become lighter. Without the evil vanquishing dragon, the coiling dragon staff smashed into the Poseidon trident, but it didn't even cause a splash of light. The Sengoku Jokio stumbled a few steps back. Then he suddenly froze, because in that instant, he saw the look in Tang Wulin's eyes. Just a moment ago, his eyes were full of ridicule and pride, but in the next moment, his eyes were incomparably calm and deep. His clear eyes were like a deep pool. He pointed the Poseidon trident in his hand forward, and a word came out of Tang Wulin's mouth. Seal. Everything froze for a moment. The Sengoku Jokio still maintained the same expression, but he realized that he couldn't do anything. Dragon Emperor slash. Tens of thousands of golden rays of light instantly merged into one, carrying with them an indomitable will, carrying with them the glory of a king. At this moment, Tang Wulin seemed to have become the ruler of heaven and earth, and the Poseidon trident carried with it a golden blade that seemed to have transcended time and space. Seal, space and time, Dragon Emperor slash. Boom! A figure of light appeared almost instantly in front of the Sengoku Jokio. The frozen space distorted, and countless cracks tore through it, causing it to collapse. The protective barrier within the entire Bright City Sports Stadium was shattered in an instant. An ear-piercing dragon's roar reverberated in the air. A huge halo burst forth, and Tang Wulin's body was sent flying into the distance. A deep gully was left behind on the ground. Countless deep cracks appeared on the entire competition platform. East Wind through the ages stood in front of the Sengoku Jokio with an ashen expression, shielding his grandson. At this moment, the Sengoku Jokio had already collapsed to the ground in a completely dejected manner. His coiling dragon staff had been completely sliced in half, and his suit of battle armor was completely unscathed. However, what was most terrifying was that there was a line of blood extending downward from his forehead. Even though it appeared to have only scratched his skin, blood was still gushing incessantly from his wound, and it was quite a gruesome sight to behold. East Wind through the ages was also holding his coiling dragon staff horizontally, and what was even more terrifying was that a deep gash had also appeared on his coiling dragon staff, and almost a third of it had been sliced open. Furthermore, there was also a line of blood that extended all the way to his abdomen on his face. Even though he had immediately sealed off his bloodline, so he wasn't in as bad a state as the Sengoku Jokio, he had still been injured. Who was East Wind through the ages? He was the tower master of Pagoda, Law of the Limit, and a mighty figure of his generation. He was a quasi-god powerhouse. Even if he had been caught off guard, how many people in this world could injure him? The destructive power of a single strike from the Poseidon trident was terrifying. Dopo's old joke, how could it not shock everyone? Tang Wulin's eyes remained calm as he withdrew his Poseidon trident and said in an indifferent voice, "You've beaten up your grandson. Is Grandpa going to step in?" East Wind through the ages took a deep breath to repress the fury and shock in his heart, and he said in a solemn voice, "The Sengoku Jokio concedes defeat. I only intervened to protect his life." A faint smile appeared on Tang Wulin's face. In reality, he couldn't be more satisfied with this outcome. He didn't know why the year he had spent in the second trial of Poseidon felt like only an instant had passed in the main plane. But at least this was a good outcome, wasn't it? Effie opened her mouth 3 times in a row, but couldn't make a sound. There was no doubt that East Wind through the ages was in a state of extreme anger. At this time, it was better not to make a sound. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were to incur his wrath. At this time, the entire audience was boiling with excitement. The winner is Jade Dragon Moon. A discordant voice sounded. East Wind through the ages frowned and looked towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw Tang Wulin, Jade Dragon Rain, holding Effie's microphone, and said in an indifferent voice, "Am I right? The winner is Jade Dragon Moon. Am I right? East Wind through the ages?" He didn't give East Wind through the ages any face. Effie's body was trembling at the side. He didn't even notice when she appeared beside him. East Wind through the ages was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement and left with Sengoku Jokio. The entire audience was silent. Then, Jade Dragon Moon, Jade Dragon Moon, Jade Dragon Moon. The cheers grew louder and louder. This was a live broadcast across the entire continent. Almost everyone in the continent was paying attention to this match. At this time, everyone's evaluation of the second young master of the Tyrannosaurus family, Jade Dragon Moon, went up another level. He was second only to his brother, Jade Dragon Rain. Tang Wulin put down the microphone and glanced at Effie. "Kid, you're not suitable to be a host. As a host, you can't be biased. But you're biased towards Pagoda. In order not to offend Pagoda, you didn't announce the winner just now. Let me tell you, your thoughts are useless." With that, he left. Spirit Envoy Sengoku Jokio was eliminated. Sengoku Jokio fainted as soon as he got off the stage. It was unknown whether it was due to anger or injury. East Wind Through the Ages' expression was so ugly that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. Sengoku Jokio's humiliation was secondary. More importantly, his family's treasure, the spirit-sucking tablet, was destroyed. How was he going to explain this to his ancestor? On top of that, Yulong-Yue's power and the fearsome divine artifact in his possession had also raised a lot of alarm bells in his mind. However, he was Pagoda's tower master after all. While he was angry, he immediately took various measures. He announced to the public that he was only there to protect Sengoku Jokio. At that time, the Jade Dragon Moon's attack was something that even Jade Dragon Moon couldn't control. If it didn't stop it, Sengoku Jokio would have been killed. The Joust for Spouse event was just a competition. There shouldn't be any deaths. Even if it wasn't Sengoku Jokio, he would still have intervened. As for his injury, he didn't hide it. First, he praised the Jade Dragon Moon's strength and said that it was the strongest divine weapon he had ever seen. At the same time, he also congratulated the Jade Dragon Moon. He vaguely said that he had appeared at the last minute and wasn't prepared. He was also afraid of hurting the Jade Dragon Moon, which was why he was injured. Through this kind of news, he did his best to make up for Pagoda's loss of face. However, the truth was the truth. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the sign that the Jade Dragon Moon had destroyed was extraordinary. Of course, East Wind Through the Ages' words pushed the Jade Dragon Moon to the forefront. The Golden Trident also became an important topic of discussion. What kind of divine weapon was it? Who knew how many people coveted it? Tang Wulin was so weak that he almost forced himself to walk out of the arena. "Are you all right?" Tang Wulin suddenly appeared and supported the weak Tang Wulin. "I'm fine, brother-in-law. I'm just a little tired." Tang Wulin couldn't hold on any longer and fell into Tang Wulin's arms. "Overdraft of your soul power?" Tang Wulin immediately sensed that Wulin's soul power had been depleted. He took out a green pill and stuffed it into Tang Wulin's mouth. This is a freshly refined, earth-returning spring pill. Its effect is at its best. Tang Wulin's complexion instantly improved. Tang Wulin smiled. "Have a good rest." He carried Tang Wulin and disappeared from the arena. TSK. Pagoda really lost face this time. Tang Yuling looked at East Wind Through the Ages and sneered. East Wind Through the Ages lowered his head and didn't say a word. He didn't dare to prance around in front of Her Grace. Tomorrow is the last round. "Her Grace, the person you're waiting for, could it be?" "Shut up. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask," Tang Yuling said coldly. "Yes." East Wind Through the Ages trembled. "Let's go, Nana, every night." She got up and said to Guyuna and Byakuya beside her. Guyuna and Byakuya got up and disappeared from the rostrum with Tang Yuling. Chapter 107. On the second day, the three beauties would choose their sweetheart. Of course, the three beauties wouldn't just choose you and leave with you. They would even fight with you. Unless you beat them, they definitely wouldn't leave with you. At this moment, Sengoku Jokio was sitting on the main stage. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and it was obvious that he wasn't calm at all. His expression was a little ferocious, and his hands were tightly gripping the armrests on both sides. East Wind Through the Ages was sitting next to him, and he acted as if he didn't see his grandson's reaction. After today's events, he had already calmed down. In his opinion, this wasn't a bad thing for Sengoku Jokio. This child had suffered too few setbacks, and setbacks were often the motivation for a soul master to move forward. Furthermore, the outcome wasn't too bad, and there was always a way out. Tang Yuling was still sitting on the main seat, and Guyuna and Byakuya were sitting on her left and right. Byakuya's face was a little red. After all, this was her first time participating in this marriage contest. Marriage contest. I don't like other men. A bunch of hypocrites. Oof. Asterisk, sure enough. My master is still the best. Gu Yuna's thoughts drifted away. She knew that Tang Wulin would definitely choose her, but for his safety, it seemed like she had to reject him. However, with his personality, he would definitely challenge me in the end. Fool. I'll teach you a little lesson." However, she didn't expect that after she defeated Walene, she would welcome something that she hadn't expected in millions of years. As for Tang Yuling, who was sitting at the head of the table, she had always been so lazy and indifferent to everything. Her Grace, today is the day of the marriage contest. Will the person you're waiting for really come? East Wind through the ages asked. Tang Yuling glanced at him and said indifferently, "Even if he doesn't appear, I'll force him out. Besides, what does it have to do with a mortal like you if he can't figure it out?" East Wind through the ages shuddered, knowing that she was angry. He hurriedly said, "Junior spoke out of turn. Next, you better watch your mouth. Don't say anything unpleasant. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and tear your mouth apart. Oh, and your grandson, you'd better watch your mouth." Tang Yuling said coldly. "Yes, all right. Let me introduce the rules of the last part of the contest." Effie had already started to announce the rules of the contest. In the final round, all 10 contestants may be selected by Lord Tang Yuling, Miss Gu Yuna, and Lady Byakuya. It's even more likely that all 3 of them will choose one person at the same time. However, the probability of this happening is close to 0. After a while, the 3 young ladies of the Spirit Pagoda would all step onto the stage, and during the selection process, all of the participants who had made it to the final stage would have an opportunity to showcase themselves. They could present their gifts, display their abilities, or say some touching words in order to win the hearts of the 3 young ladies. Miss Guyuna can also ask questions or request to spar with them. After everyone's demonstration, they will finally make a choice and choose the one they like. Now then, let's welcome the top 10 young talents of this joust for a spouse event to enter the venue. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Friends, please shout out the name of the person who can win the 3 goddesses in your mind. All of a sudden, a tsunami of cheers rang out from the spectator stands. There were also cheers for other names, but the cheers for Yulongyu and Yulongyu had drowned out everything else. It was as if those 2 names were the only ones that could be heard in the entire venue. Jade Dragon Rain, Jade Dragon Rain, Jade Dragon Rain, Jade Dragon Moon, Jade Dragon Moon, Jade Dragon Moon. In fact, the cheers for Jade Dragon Rain were even louder than for Jade Dragon Moon. Listening to the loud cheers, Sengoku Jokio's body trembled slightly. How he wished that the cheers were referring to himself. "You're not qualified, Jia Ting." East Wind through the ages was expressionless. It was as if everything that was happening had nothing to do with him. He only looked at the contestants entering the arena and walking towards the stage. The 10 contestants walked in the order of their groups. When the audience saw the first and third contestants, the cheers became even louder. The first contestant was Jade Dragon Rain, and the third was Jade Dragon Moon. The second contestant, Lan Fuzi, had her head lowered. No one knew what she was thinking. She stole a glance at the first contestant, Jade Dragon Rain. Would he really choose them? She really wanted to switch places with one of the 3 contestants on the stage. Poo. What am I thinking? Don't think too much. You've always loved her grace. You can't betray her grace. It's over. This lily has been straightened. The host, Effie, continued to shout, "Now, let's welcome our 3 female leads, the winner of this joust for a groom, Ice Queen Tang Yuling of the Frozen Throne, Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna, and White Wolf Princess Byakuya. Let's welcome them." The sky suddenly darkened. Immediately after, 3 different colored pillars of light descended from the sky. The pillar in the middle was golden, the one on the left was silver, and the one on the right was white. They landed on the groom's stage. Then, the audience saw 3 figures slowly appear in the pillars of light. On the frozen throne, in the middle, sat a stunning girl. She had snow-white hair like Rushiue's and an ice-blue dress that outlined her perfect figure. Her beauty was indescribable. She looked like she was less than 16 years old, but everyone knew that her real age was at least 2 times older than what she looked like. No. She's much older. At the very least, the age of an entire universe is only a fraction of her age. Needless to say, she was Tang Yuling. On her left was the silver-haired Gu Yuna. She wore a silver princess dress and looked very beautiful. Of course, she couldn't compare to Tang Yuling in the middle. On the other side was Byakuya. She wore a long white dress. She had a head full of pale white hair and wore a headband with animal ears. She looked very cute at 14 years old. Jade Dragon Rain, Tang Wulin, was stunned. He looked at Byakuya. Wasn't this the white dress she wore on the cruise ship when she went to Xingluo? She's wearing this? He looked at Gu Yuna again. She was wearing a silver princess dress. Silver princess dress. Huh. It was exactly the same as when they first met a long time ago. Tang Wulin looked at Gu Yuna. He was a little confused. Why was Gu Yuna wearing a silver princess dress? Wasn't it golden yesterday? Why did it suddenly change today? Lin, Wulin, come here. I'll give you a hat. Lin, why is it green? Lin, why don't you guess? Lan Fuzi stared blankly at Tang Yuling, who was sitting in the middle of the throne. She muttered, so beautiful, so handsome, so domineering. My her grace. However, another figure flashed in her mind, waking her up. She was a little dazed. She stole a glance at Jade Dragon Rain. Why did he suddenly flash in my mind? I believe that everyone has been waiting impatiently for this day. Now, then, the 10 selected candidates will have a chance to showcase themselves. For the sake of fairness, the order of presentation will be decided by drawing lots. The first one to show herself is... Effie dragged out her words. Then she said, the fourth group's candidate, Her Majesty Lan Fuzi. Please welcome Her Majesty Lan Fuzi. Only then did Lan Fuzi return to her senses, and a blush immediately appeared on her face as she stepped forward to look up at Tang Yuling, who was seated on the throne on the stage, and stammered, Mistress Tang Yuling, I was already stunned by your beauty when I first saw you on the Seoul television. You are very beautiful, very beautiful. You are like a goddess who has descended to the mortal world. Perhaps beautiful is already an understatement. I really like you. In fact, I secretly ran away from home. My family doesn't know, but I don't regret it at all. If you choose me, I will definitely treat you well for the rest of my life. This is a little gift for me. The lily is about to straighten. As she spoke, she flipped her wrist. It was unknown how she got it, but there was already a small box in her palm. She carefully opened the box, revealing the item inside. It was a bead. Its entire body presented a strange color. There were actually 8 colors on it: blue, red, green, yellow, cyan, black, purple, gold, and white. The bead itself was transparent. The 8 colors transformed into flowing lights that rippled on its surface. It gave people a very strange feeling. This is... Gu Yuna and Byakuya's pupils seemed to have seen through its origin. Tang Yuling looked indifferently at the bead, as if she was not moved at all. Lan Fuzi's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. This was left to me by my father. My mother said that I can only give this to the person I like if I find him. This is my most precious thing. I truly like you, Lady Yuling. If you choose me, it will belong to you in the future. However, I ask Lady Yuling to take good care of it. Thank you. Tang Yuling waved her hand slightly. The bead in Lan Fuzi's hand left her hand and flew into Tang Yuling's hand. She looked at it, and a voice like the sound of nature sounded. This thing is good. However, this thing should be very important to you, right? She looked at Lan Fuzi, and her spiritual energy suddenly linked with Lan Fuzi's. A teasing voice sounded in her mind. Little girl. Lan Fuzi's body trembled, and her charming face turned slightly red. She was discovered. You secretly stole the heart of the ocean. When you return, those brats from Poseidon Island will definitely not let you off. Little girl, you've got guts. Tang Yuling's faint voice echoed in Lan Fuzi's mind. Lan Fuzi's heart tightened. She even knows about my origins? So strong. And those old fellows at home were actually called little brats by Lady Yuling? Heavens! Is Lady Yuling this strong? Wait a minute. Why do I feel that this tone is somewhat familiar? She suddenly looked behind her at Jade Dragon Rain, who had been maintaining a smile the entire time. It's similar to his tone. I'll return it to you. This thing is useless to me. Take good care of it. In the future, a fated person will come and take it away. Tang Yuling returned the 8-colored bead to Lan Fuzi. Lan Fuzi took the bead in disappointment. She seemed to have been rejected. Effie said, "Then, I'll have to ask Your Highness Lan Fuzi to wait for a moment. We'll continue with the following contestants' performances. Next, we'll draw the 8th group, Yuan Hui." Yuan Hui walked up the stage and looked at the courtship stage. His eyes flashed slightly. "Contestant Yuan Hui, you may begin." Effie saw that Yuan Hui's state seemed to be slightly off, so she couldn't help but remind him. Because he wasn't a titled Daloa yet, she couldn't call him Your Highness. "My original name is Yuan Yehue. I'm from Shrek Academy. I withdraw." Yuan Hui smiled faintly. He took 2 steps back and gave up his original position. This simple sentence caused an uproar in the audience. Shrek Academy. This name had been on the continent for 20,000 years. Even if Shrek Academy was destroyed, no one would forget this name. Not to mention, the Shrek Academy was currently being rebuilt. Not many people knew about the conflict between Shrek and Pagoda. It wasn't as obvious as the conflict between Tangmin and Pagoda. However, at this moment, someone from Shrek Academy, which had been destroyed earlier, had made it into the top 10. What did he mean by giving up at the last moment? Was he announcing that Shrek was back? Effie was tongue-tied. He almost blurted out, "Why did he give up?" It wasn't easy for him to make it to the finals. Besides, it wasn't forbidden to use an alias to participate in the Joust for a spouse event. In terms of the rules, he couldn't say anything. It seems that contestant Yuan Hui lacks confidence in himself. That's why he chose to withdraw. In that case, there were only 9 contestants left in the competition. Let's continue with the draw. He tried to use the shortest words to smooth over the awkwardness. But without a doubt, all the media's cameras were now focused on Yuan and Yehue. Okay, let's move on to the next contestant, the final contestant from the second group, Li Ji. Let's welcome him. Li Ji was a little fat, and he always had a smile on his face. He had been given a very resounding nickname during this Joust for a spouse event, which was the Palm of Destruction. Even though he was fat, he was extremely fast, and his palms were imbued with a powerful destructive power. All kinds of buffs would appear on his body from time to time, and he was known as the Palm of Destruction. In other words, all martial spirits would be destroyed by his destruction palm. There was no exception. "I'm from Shrek, and my name is Su Lizzie. I withdraw," Li Ji said with a smile as he took 2 steps back. Yes, he was Su Lizzie. If it was said that there was only chaos before, then this time, there was an uproar. 1 contestant was an exception, but what about 2? What did it mean to have 2? Furthermore, he had withdrawn at the last moment. Wasn't this a slap to Pagoda's face? At the same time, it was telling everyone that Shrek was back. Moreover, Shrek was still as outstanding and powerful as ever. In this Joust for a spouse event, he was still able to make it to the final stage. Xingu Dongfeng's expression finally changed slightly upon hearing this. The look in his eyes turned sharp. Shrek, they're actually using such a method to retaliate? Effie was a little embarrassed. Why was there another contestant from the Shrek Academy? Continue. Hee hee. This is getting more and more interesting, Tang Yuling said with a faint smile. "I'm from Shrek, and my name is Yi Xinglan. I withdraw." Yi Xinglan, who had disguised herself as a man and was known as the Sword God, had clearly reached the Sword Soul level. She had also withdrawn. "I'm from Shrek, and my name is Su Xiaoyan. I withdraw." Su Yan, who had disguised herself as a man and was known as the Queen of Control, was the #1 controller under the stars. She had controlled her opponents until she had exhausted her soul power and withdrawn. "I'm from Shrek, and my name is Xie Sun. I withdraw." Xie and this name sounded strange, but the strength he had displayed in his group was impressive. He was known as the Time Traveler, and no one had ever been able to catch up to his speed. Often, they would lose before they could discover his position. Yes, he was also from Shrek, and his name was Xie Sun. "I'm from Shrek, and my name is Supreme Treasure. I withdraw." A young man with a single ponytail said calmly. As soon as this person said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. He had used the name Monkey King during the competition. For some reason, this name made everyone feel hot-blooded. It was as if this name itself represented hot-bloodedness. He had suppressed his cultivation and disguised himself as a rank 94 title de law. With his martial soul, the Rui Jingu Bang, he had defeated all his opponents with a casual strike. It was a simple sweep. This shocked the grandfather-grandson duo on the main stage. They had thought that their family was the strongest in the world of Dolua. However, this Monkey King had appeared out of nowhere and made them feel as if heaven and earth had been shattered with a casual strike. Chingu Dongfeng had never seen a staff technique that could destroy heaven and earth with just a casual swing of the staff. This was the staff technique that their family of the ages had always been pursuing. East Wind through the ages had even wanted to recruit this Monkey King. However, he had never thought that he would be Shrek's man. East Wind through the ages' face was ashen. Effie was so scared that she didn't dare to continue. She was afraid that the next person would be Shrek's man. Continue, Tang Yuling suddenly said. Then the next person, the tall man, walked onto the stage. I'm from the Tang Men. My name is Sima Jinchi. I'm the personal guard of the Tongmen's leader. I quit. Finally, it wasn't Shrek's man. Effie's first reaction was to breathe a sigh of relief. However, her eyes widened in the next instant. Tangmen. The Tangmen had been classified as a treasonous organization by the Federation. Tangmen. It was actually Tangmen? How could it be Tangmen? Moreover, the name Sima Jinchi was too familiar. Yes, he had used his real name to participate in the competition. Wild Gale Blade, Demon, Sima Jinchi. He had received a recommendation letter from the Southern Legion. No one in his group was a match for him. Title Doloa. He had advanced with an unparalleled momentum. He had swept through the competition. However, because of his age, he wasn't placed in the same category as Jade Dragon Moon. The audience also didn't believe that Gu Yuna would like such a boorish type. When did Wild Gale Blade, Demon, Sima Jinchi become the personal guard of the Tongmen's leader? Tangmen, Tongmen's leader. When these two words came out, not only the audience, but the entire Federation was filled with shock. On the rostrum, the vice chairman stood up abruptly and shouted, "Quick, stop all the media from broadcasting immediately. East Wind through the ages Tower Master, you need to give me an explanation. What's going on?" He roared at East Wind through the ages in exasperation. East Wind through the ages was silent with a gloomy expression. Report. Those media outlets didn't listen to us and stopped broadcasting. They're still filming. The reporter suddenly said. What? The vice chairman was shocked. What's going on? He said angrily. They took out this. The reporter trembled as he took out a badge. It was an ice blue 4-star badge. This. Impossible. That lord is here? The vice chairman suddenly said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear. East Wind through the ages saw the badge, and his pupils shrank. He had never seen that lord's face, but he had heard rumors about him. More importantly, his father, Ancient Dietings, actually, I think it would be better to just call him Ancient Fallen Pavilion, had ordered him to do so. Don't ever provoke that lord. Otherwise, the family of the ages will become history, and Pagoda will be taken away by that lord. East Wind through the ages didn't know how strong that lord was. But if his father, Ancient Dietings, who was a peak quasi-god virtual god, was so afraid, he really couldn't imagine how strong that lord was. The audience was already in an uproar. Among them, not all of them supported Shrek and the Tangmen. 7 people had withdrawn in a row. If this wasn't causing trouble, what was it? It was too obvious. For many people, they hoped that the beautiful Lady Tang Yuling and the 3 Pagoda ladies, Gu Yuna and Byakuya, could find happiness. Therefore, there were already shouts and curses from the audience, and the scene was a little chaotic. Shut up, all of you. Tang Yuling's heavenly voice suddenly sounded. Although her voice wasn't loud, for some reason, it suddenly drowned out all the shouts and curses. Instantly, the scene became silent again. People without strength are only good at talking. Tang Yuling looked at the audience on the stage and sneered coldly. This sentence immediately made those who were shouting and cursing feel ashamed. All right, let's continue with the drawing of lots. Tang Yuling said calmly. Effie said with a trembling voice, continue. He was really going to climb up again. Another Shrek, or the Tangmen, appeared. Number 3, His Majesty Jade Dragon Moon, the second young master of the Tyrannosaurus family, also known as the Dragon Prince, His Majesty Jade Dragon Moon. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to him, and he reflexively cast his gaze toward Yu Longyue and Yu Longyu. He really didn't dare to believe the truth in his mind. Jade Dragon Moon walked out and looked at Tang Yuling on the stage. Brother-in-law was really too much. What was he doing? He looked at Gu Yuna, who was beside Tang Yuling. Gu Yuna, I'm here. I'm here. I couldn't leave, because from the day I met you, my heart couldn't hold anyone else. Back then, you were always by my side. Every day, we studied and trained together. You were like gentle water that soaked into my heart. Back then, I only wanted to become stronger. However, I'd already started to get used to the feeling of being by your side. I was used to the difference in how you treated me and others. Those were also the happiest days of my life. No matter why you were with me back then, at least I could feel your sincerity towards me. Time passed day by day, and we got closer and closer. When I started to lose control of myself, you were the same. I won't say anything earth-shattering. I just want to tell you that I can be with you and that I have the ability to be with you. If one day you really stand against everyone, then I will also be by your side. I will block everyone's attacks for you. Perhaps I can't become their enemy, but I can at least give up my life for you. Guyu, I've been working hard on this gift during this period of time, and I've finally finished it today. I don't know if you like it, but I've really tried my best. I just hope that you can feel everything in it. I hope that it can always protect you. Other than that, I also want to be by your side and protect you. As he spoke, Tang Yuling raised his right hand. A ring on his finger suddenly lit up. A rainbow light shot into the sky and floated in front of Gu Yuna. That was all of the spectators were in a daze. All of the powerful individuals present, including those from the Tang sect and Shrek Academy, couldn't help but gasp when they saw this item. Sengoku Jokio sat on the rostrum in a daze. He couldn't even make a sound. It was a suit of armor. There weren't any extravagant patterns on it, but it was very complete. It was a dazzling silver. From the helmet to the pauldrons, breastplate, wings, and battle skirt, it had all the necessary accessories. 4-word battle armor. It was unknown which expert shouted out in shock, but as soon as he shouted out, everyone present was shocked. 4-word battle armor. It was a suit of 4-word battle armor. There were very few powerful people on the Dolawa continent who had 4-word battle armor. And now, there was one right before everyone's eyes. How could they not be shocked? The Jade Dragon Moon was giving away such an extravagant gift. Gu Yuna was also stunned. Of course, she knew that Tang Yuling would give her something today, but she didn't think that it would be such a precious suit of 4-word battle armor. One had to realize that Divine Blacksmith Zhenhua had already announced to the public that he wouldn't be accepting any heavenly refinements for the time being. This was especially true for Pagoda. It had been a long time since he had completed even a small piece of heavenly refinement. But now, there was a complete set of heavenly refinement before her. He's already a divine blacksmith. It's no wonder that I can sense the rainbow lightning laws from him. He must have accumulated them during his forging. Then, how many lightning tribulations will he have to endure during his heavenly refinement? Gu Yuna's eyes became a little blurry. His words were so plain and simple, without any fancy words, but she could clearly sense his sincerity. She knew that she couldn't cry, but she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Right at this moment, Tang Yuling slowly turned around to face the spectators. He swiped his right hand across his face, revealing his face that was even more handsome than the Jade Dragon Moon's. My name is not Jade Dragon Moon, and I'm not from the Tyrannosaurus family. My name is Tang Yuling, sect master of the Tangmen and pavilion master of the Shrek Academy's Poseidon Pavilion, Tang Yuling. Gu Yu and our classmates at the Shrek Academy, and she was originally my girlfriend. Today, I'm here to take her home. The Tangmen and Shrek were never here to cause trouble, and the Tangmen weren't a traitorous organization. Without the Tangmen, the world of soul masters wouldn't be in its current state. 20,000 years ago, The world of soul masters had already become slaves of the martial soul palace. Without the Tangmen, the legacy of the Dolua continent would have been eroded by the Sun Moon continent. It was the Tangmen and Shrek who preserved that legacy. It was Shrek City that had been maintaining the balance of the continent all this time. I didn't come here today to make everyone understand the Tangmen and Shrek, but I can stand here and tell everyone that the Tangmen will never disappear. Regardless of what happens to the Federation, the Tangmen will always work hard to protect the safety and continuity of the entire continent, and the same goes for Shrek. The glory of Shrek will never be extinguished, and the Shrek Academy will still be the #1 academy on the continent, and it will still work hard to protect its students and nurture elites. Regardless of whether it's the Tangmen or Shrek, we'll never like war, but we're not afraid of war either. During the trial of 5 gods in Xingluo, I defended the glory of the Tangmen and Shrek, and I displayed the might of the Dolua continent. That's right, I stopped the Federation's fleet from attacking because I didn't want anyone to die. Once a war breaks out, only the evil soul masters of the holy ghost religion who live in the darkness will rejoice, and only the despicable villains will rejoice. Yes, I stopped the Federation's fleet, but please ask yourselves this. If you had family members in the military, would you want them to face the dangers of death? Also, please ask yourselves this. As an invader, can we really live with peace of mind? The Tangmen and Shrek will always love peace. His words were spoken in a resolute manner, and he turned to face East Wind through the ages, who was standing on the rostrum with an ashen expression. Tang Wuling raised his head proudly, and in that instant, it was as if he had inherited the pride of the Jade Dragon Moon. He turned back to Gu Yuna. He gently waved his right hand through the air, and the prototype divine-grade battle armor landed beside her. Tang Wuling knelt down on one knee and said, "Guyu, will you marry me?" The first thought that came to the minds of all of the spectators was that their brains had short-circuited. The Jade Dragon Moon was actually Tang Wuling, the leader of the Tangmen who had single-handedly vanquished an entire nation during the trial of 5 gods. No wonder he was so powerful. He was already acquainted with Gu Yuna. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little brat, you're not giving me any face by proposing to my little sister right in front of me. Tang Yuling had already risen to her feet, and she was appraising Tang Wuling from her throne. Only then did Tang Wuling turn to Tang Yuling. His brother-in-law had just told him that Tang Yuling was an avatar of himself. This was similar to a person who had a split personality. Should I refer to him as brother-in-law or big sister now? I'm sorry, I forgot about big sister. Tang Wuling scratched his head in an awkward manner. I can only try my best to play along with his brother-in-law's performance. Ha ha ha, I'll leave Nana in your care. Tang Yuling chuckled as she patted Tang Wuling's back. Huh. Tang Wuling and Gu Yuna were both completely confused. Gu Yuna had already cursed Tang Yuling in her heart. Bastard. You're selling me out just like that? Are you still my sister? A sly smile appeared on Tang Yuling's face, but she didn't say anything. A lot of red crossroads appeared above Gu Yuna's head. In cartoons, red crossroads often appear above people's heads. It means that the person is very angry. She closed her eyes. In everyone's eyes, she seemed to be moved and would immediately agree to marry the male lead, Tang Wuling. However, at this moment, Gu Yuna's heart was like this. Stupid bastard. Big bastard. Bastard Xiaoyao. You actually pushed me to the edge of the storm. Do you really think that I'm like those female leads in cartoons whose IQ is in the negative when they fall in love? That's right. You'll meet the dance spirit immediately. Then I'm not going to follow the routine in cartoons. In a typical cartoon, if the male lead treats the female lead like this, the female lead will definitely agree to marry the male lead. But who am I? The Silver Dragon King. It's impossible for this prince to follow this routine. Absolutely not. Gu Yuna opened her eyes, and there was a flash of determination in her eyes. Beat me, I'll marry you. Beat me, I'll marry you. When she said this, the entire audience was in an uproar. Gu Yuna flew up and landed on the stage, looking in Tang Wulin's direction. If you can't even beat me, why should I marry you? Come on, beat me, Gu Yuna said calmly. Tang Wulin took a deep breath. I understand. Then, Tang Wulin leaped onto the stage. Tang Wulin, who was below the stage, was stunned. Hey, have you all forgotten about me? Are you really going to fight me? Tang Wulin looked at Gu Yuna. Until now, his heart was still filled with disbelief. Gu Yuna's eyes had regained their calmness, and there was no change in her expression. This is the limit of the rules. Shouldn't my future lover be stronger than me? Tang Wulin took a deep breath. If I beat you, you'll leave with me? Be my wife? Gu Yuna paused, then took a deep breath. Yes. Okay. Tang Wulin subconsciously clenched his fists. Before coming to participate in this last match, I've already made up my mind. Even if I have to tie you up, I'll never let you leave my side again. So I must win. Gu Yuna shook her head. You can't win. How can you not know that I can't win before we even fight? Tang Wulin said angrily. Gu Yuna was silent for a moment, then said calmly, Forgive me for being blunt, but other than your brother, I'm not afraid of anyone. Tang Wulin trembled. Brother-in-law, speaking of which, he seemed to have forgotten about brother-in-law. Don't worry about me. Continue fighting. Tang Wulin's unhappy voice echoed in Tang Wulin's ears. Sorry, brother-in-law, I have to win. He really didn't want to fight this match. Facing her, could he really do it? If she hadn't promised to leave with him if he won, Tang Wulin wouldn't have fought with Gu Yuna. The two of them looked at each other at such a close distance, but neither of them made the first move. Let's begin, Gu Yuna said. Tang Wulin nodded. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and 7 golden bloodlines soul rings appeared. The blood of the golden dragon king burst out. On Gu Yuna's side, the 7 elemental powers kept revolving around her. Domestic violence and whatnot can just read the original novel. Just skip it. Gu Yuna's purple eyes were hazy. Floating in midair, she looked at Tang Wulin lying on the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his body was still trembling. She said expressionlessly, You've lost. You can't beat me, so you don't have the right to take me away. As she spoke, she waved her right hand, and a 7-colored light swept towards Tang Wulin. At this moment, a blue voice appeared in front of Tang Wulin. He raised his right hand slightly, and the terrifying 7-colored light immediately dissipated. Gu Yuna's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously took a step back. A trace of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. He's here. The person she didn't want to face the most still came. He was standing right in front of her. At this moment, a series of powerful auras soared into the sky from Pagoda's side. A man with snow-white hair and a youthful face appeared in front of Gu Yuna. He looked at the blue figure with a grave expression. The outcome of this joust for spouse event will determine everything. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be killed without mercy. The blue figure glanced at the youth indifferently. In the next second, the youth was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the rostrum. PFFF. Blood spurted from his mouth. Father. East wind, through the ages, hurriedly flew to the youth's side and helped the disheveled ancient dietings to his feet. Ancient Dieting's body was still trembling slightly. He seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at the blue figure with a fearful expression. I just said something in front of him? Gu Yuna looked at the blue figure in front of her with a complex expression. Did you know? The person I don't want to face the most is you. The spectators were all dumbfounded. What was going on? First, Tang Wulin was defeated. Then, Jade Dragon Rain stepped in to save Tang Wulin. Then, a white-haired youth who looked very powerful appeared, but was defeated by Jade Dragon Rain. Now, it was Gu Yuna and Jade Dragon Rain staring at each other. Judging from Gu Yuna's tone, it seemed like she had some sort of relationship with Jade Dragon Rain. Could this be the legendary love triangle? Jade Dragon Rain looked at Tang Wulin behind him. Are you all right, big brother? Tang Wulin still wanted to say something, but Jade Dragon Rain shook his head. You can go down first. I'll take care of the rest. Tang Wulin still wanted to say something, but it was clear that his brother-in-law, who had been forgotten by everyone, was very angry right now. Jade Dragon Rain finally didn't want to pretend anymore. He directly got rid of his disguise. He had a stunningly handsome face. His snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. He was dressed in pure white clothes. He was otherworldly and gentle. However, when everyone saw his appearance, they were so scared that they wanted to cry for their mother. He actually looked exactly like her Grace, Tang Yuling. The only thing that was different was probably the difference in sex. The spectators' eyes were about to pop out. The ancient dietings east wind through the ages. Sengoku Jokyo family were so shocked that they were speechless. Lan Fuzi stared blankly at Tang Wuling, who looked exactly like her Grace. He actually looked so similar to her Grace. You guys have always forgotten about me. Right now, I'm very angry. Tang Wuling said angrily. However, when his adorable face was angry, it gave people an unusually cute look. It made people really not know if he was angry or acting cute. You only notice me now? Is my presence so insignificant? Tang Wuling said angrily. Guyuna took a step back and looked at his cute, angry expression. Akawai, I really want to give him a kiss. For all, no, no, no. Guyuna hurriedly shook her head. What am I thinking? How can I have feelings for him? This guy lied to me first. He lied to me for millions of years. I will never forgive him. What are you trying to do? Guyuna tried hard to calm herself down. However, Guyuna, who could forcefully calm down in front of Tang Wuling, found that it was impossible to calm down in front of Tang Wuling. I almost forgot. This guy is the god of emotions. I actually want to calm down in front of him. Why am I so agitated? Why am I always so agitated in front of him? Guyu, Tang Wuling suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Guyuna's body trembled. Her heart was getting more and more agitated, as if she was anticipating something. No. Silver Dragon King, you can't have expectations for him. Wuling treated you so well. Why do you still not agree? Tang Wuling asked. Guyuna shuddered upon hearing this. She didn't think that he would ask her this directly. Guyuna was a little disappointed. What am I disappointed about? Guyuna, you should have known long ago. You shouldn't have expectations for him. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Guyuna looked at Tang Wuling desolately. Her eyes flashed with a trace of complicated emotions. Tang Wuling was stunned. This kind of gaze 3 million years ago. God Realm, Star Cliff Peak. Attention! High energy, racing ahead. Please fasten your seatbelt. If you don't fasten your seatbelt, be careful of being thrown out. 2 figures were lying on the peak of Star Cliff Peak, admiring the night sky. Millions of years ago, the God Realm had day and night. However, after the Dragon God War, the God Realm no longer had night. They were a young man and a young girl. The young man looked to be around 12 years old. He had long white hair and was dressed in white clothes. He was lying on the ground with his arms around his head. His blue eyes were admiring the night sky. The young girl beside him was very beautiful. She looked to be around the same age as the young man. She was wearing a silver princess dress, looking very noble and elegant. She had long silver hair, but the ends of her hair were dyed with 9 colors. Her beautiful hair emitted a strange fluorescence in the night sky. Her silver-purple eyes were looking at the night sky, but from time to time, she would steal glances at the young man lying beside her. No one knew what she was thinking. You asked me out just to look at the stars? Idiot! I've already let down my guard. Why didn't you do anything? The young girl muttered in her heart. What's wrong? The young man looked at the young girl. The young girl's face suddenly turned red. She stammered, do you think it's beautiful? Beautiful? Of course it's beautiful. It's very beautiful, the young man said with a smile. The young girl's face turned even redder. Her heart suddenly had a trace of sweetness. Many red hearts appeared in her heart. It's precisely because I saw such a beautiful starry sky that I called you out to look at it with me, the young man said with an innocent expression. The young girl, the red hearts in her heart instantly turned to stone and shattered. Hey, are you all right? The young man waved his hand in front of the young girl's lifeless eyes. I'm fine, the young girl said with an expression of having lost her dreams. Why do you look like you've lost your dreams? The young man tilted his head and asked. The young girl looked at the young man. She seemed to be hesitating about something. Then, she sat up and looked at the young man, lying beside her with an extremely serious expression. Are you all right? The young man was confused. The young girl stammered for a moment. In the end, she seemed to have decided on something. After I settle the matter with my dragons, how about we go into seclusion together? The young man suddenly sat up and looked at the young girl in shock. He wasn't an idiot. He wasn't one of those male protagonists in harem anime with zero EQ. He immediately saw through the young girl's words. She was confessing to him. Thankfully, he was already used to girls confessing to him. He had experienced far too much. Not to mention girls, even boys had confessed to him before. However, he wasn't a casual boy. Are you confessing to me? The young man asked. So long-winded. Just tell me if you agree or not, she said with a slight blush on her face. The young man looked at the young girl with an expectant expression. Oh, okay. The young girl faltered for a moment before an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Then, her expression turned to one of joy. Really? You agree? The young girl stood up from the ground happily. Yeah. The young man nodded. That's awesome. I love you the most. Xiaoyao. The young girl hugged the young man called Xiaoyao tightly. Xiaoyao, full name Tianruo Xiaoyao. Xiaona, can you let go? The young man patted the back of the young girl he called Xiaona. Oh, no. He. You actually agreed. I really have a personality. Xiaona stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Xiaona, her full name, was Gu Yuna. This name was given to her by Xiaoyao when they first met. However, Xiaoyao usually called her Xiaona. Do you know, when you agreed to my request, I was really happy. Gu Yuna's bright smile made her look very beautiful. She suddenly put her face very close to the young man's face. Because I like you the most. After saying that, her right hand suddenly grabbed the back of the young man's head and pushed forward with all her strength. Oh, Tianruo Xiaoyao's pupils shrank and a blush finally appeared on her cheeks. Because between him and her, Gu Yuna's cherry blossom petal-like lips kissed his lips. Gu Yuna took the initiative to stick out her tongue and pried open his mouth, entangling with Tianruo Xiaoyao's tongue. Not suitable for children. After a long time, their lips parted and a strand of silver was pulled apart from their cherry lips. Gu Yuna licked her cherry lips as if she hadn't had enough. Her face was slightly red. This kiss was very awkward. It couldn't be helped. This was her first kiss, and it was also her first kiss. Moreover, this was her first kiss, so it was very awkward. However, she was a little puzzled. Why did she feel that Xiaoyao was so familiar with it? Because he did this kind of thing many times, you seem to be very familiar with it. Gu Yuna touched her lips and said with a faint smile. Ha. Is that so? Why don't I act cute? Xiaoyao scratched his head and said cutely. Why are you acting cute? Can you speak normally? Gu Yuna said. Is this okay? Xiaoyao could only put on a serious face and said. Yes, it's much better. Gu Yuna said with a smile. Are you planning to negotiate with those two brats again? Xiaoyao asked. That's right. I plan to fight for our beast race's position in the god realm. I believe that we can definitely do it. I believe that the human gods will definitely understand us. If this negotiation is successful, there will definitely be a god realm where the human gods and beast gods coexist. Gu Yuna said excitedly. A god realm where humans and beasts coexist. It will definitely be very lively, Xiaoyao said with a smile. Gu Yuna raised her head and looked at the Milky Way in the sky. You told me before that the Milky Way once separated two people who loved each other. One was a mortal and the other was a goddess. Because they violated the laws of heaven. The person who separated them is so evil. How could they be so cruel as to separate two people who truly love each other? So evil. Gu Yuna pouted. She looked at Xiaoyao. Compared to them, I really am so happy, because no one is stopping you and me. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded Daddy, so you're here. Gu Yuna, Xiao Yao. Yabi's. Gu Yuna stared blankly in the direction of the voice. A stunningly beautiful 15-year-old girl was skipping toward them. No, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that she looked at least 80% like Xiao Yao. How could this be? Xiao Shui, what are you doing here? Xiao Yao looked at the girl with a frightened expression. How'd she find this place? She came at such a bad time. I couldn't find you, Daddy. I searched the entire God realm, but I couldn't find you. Then I remembered that you said you were going to look at the stars today. There are only 3 places in the God realm where you could see the stars at night. So, I found this place. Daddy, hurry up and go home with Xiao Shui and cook for Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui is hungry. Tian Ruoxue came to Xiao Yao and acted coquettishly in his arms. Gu Yina was dumbstruck. For some reason, she was a little jealous of this girl. She could actually act coquettishly in his arms. Xiao Yao, give me an explanation. Who is she? Gu Yina suddenly said with a jealous expression. Who are you? Why are you pestering my daddy? Tian Ruoxue suddenly looked at Gu Yuna with some hostility. Who is this girl? Oh, I get it. You're also a vixen pestering my daddy. Humpho carrot, oh? Let me tell you, Daddy is mine. You don't have any chance. Dad and I have bathed together and slept together in the same bed. So, you don't stand a chance. My God, you don't have a father fetish, do you? Gu Yina was so angry that she couldn't say anything else. Was the last sentence really something a daughter should say? Are you sure you're not his wife? Gu Yina didn't know why, but she was actually very jealous of this girl who called Xiao Yao daddy. Gu Yina looked at Xiao Yao angrily. Who is she to you? Speak. Okay, I'll speak. Xiao Shui is indeed my daughter. Xiao Yao's voice became softer and softer. Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue that struck Gu Yina's head. Duh. Daughter. He actually had a daughter? That meant that, Xiao Yao. You're actually married? And you liar. To think that I always thought you were single. Gu Yuna said angrily. You didn't ask me. Xiao Yao said. What? You actually asked me to ask if you have a wife? Are you an idiot? Lousy. Idiot. Bastard. Pervert. I don't want to see you anymore. Gu Yuna roared angrily. Then, her hair instantly turned completely rainbow, and her consciousness became the consciousness of the dragon god. She looked at Xiao Yao with a complicated gaze. Goodbye, friend. After saying this, she disappeared. Xiao Yao was stunned. She called me friend? She had never called me friend. She had always called me Xiao Yao. Father? Are you okay? Tian Ruoxue asked doubtfully. She also realized the awkwardness of the situation. She seemed to have appeared a little too early. I'm fine, it's just that. Xiao Yao looked into the distance and was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed and looked at Tian Ruoxue. You brat, you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Ha ha. How could it be? Hee. Xiao Shui knows her mistake. Next time I won't dare to stop father from picking up girls anymore. Tian Ruoxue said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I'm sure it will happen again. Xiao Yao shook his head. Let's go home. I'll explain to her tomorrow. Father, how do you want to explain? Don't tell me you want to explain to her that you had a big fight with mother and were chased out? Tian Ruoxue said evilly. God, why do I have a daughter like you? Xiao Yao held his head and cried out in pain. He looked into the distance. He clearly remembered that gaze. Disappointment, anger, and really sorry, dragon god. Since then, the relationship between the two became just that of ordinary friends. They never recovered to the kind of relationship they had in the past, but they still met occasionally. However, they were no longer dating. Instead, they talked about the trend of the god realm. But when the dragon god war broke out, when the dragon god and all the gods in the god realm were enemies, he led his subordinates and stood on her side without hesitation. At that time, even she didn't react. Why'd he do that? It should be to make it up to me, right? In the end, he sacrificed his own life so that she could live on. Seriously, he went easy on her. If he really took it seriously, not to mention the 5 divine kings, even the order of that time would have died. With his strength, he could directly leave the god realm without caring about anything. However, he still took action. In order to let her live on, he used his own god's flame to forcefully control her. At that time, when Shura split the dragon god's body with her sword, she also split him apart. She was split into the gold and silver dragon kings. When they saw him, who had lost his life force, turn into fluorescent light and disappear in front of their eyes, their hearts seemed to have broken. Bastard! Who needs your help? You bastard! You clearly don't need to care about us. You clearly aren't from the god realm. Why? Listen, I use my life to exchange for your lives. Live on. His last spiritual thought was transmitted into the minds of the gold and silver dragon kings. Because of his sacrifice, the golden dragon king went berserk. The crazy golden dragon king's strength was abnormally strong. He told the silver dragon king to quickly bring the other dragons away while he delayed the gods. The golden dragon king and the silver dragon king understood that the dragons had already lost. They should have thought about it earlier. At that time, the battle of the dragon god had actually already ended. The human gods won, but they also lost. The golden dragon king was sealed in the mythological beast forest. The silver dragon king escaped with injuries, and he, who was respected the most by the 5 divine kings, sacrificed himself. They didn't expect that he would actually stand on the side of the mythological beasts in the end. Moreover, he left a backup plan. His divided soul brought the remaining earth mythological beasts and escaped from the god realm, leaving behind the last hope for the mythological beasts. End. Tang Wulin stared blankly at Gu Yuna. The complicated look in Gu Yuna's eyes reminded him of the past. Tang Wulin seemed to have made a decision. He once again called out a name that he hadn't called even once in millions of years, Shao Na. Gu Yuna's body trembled. The corners of her eyes gradually became moist. She had waited for this name for too long. I won't ask you to forgive me for what I did in the past. It was indeed my fault in the past. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. If I had confessed to you earlier, those things wouldn't have happened. Tang Wulin lowered his head and said somewhat guiltily. Gu Yuna stared blankly at Tang Wulin. She wanted to say that it was her fault, but she didn't know why she couldn't open her mouth. In fact, there was one thing that she hadn't told him all this time. When she suddenly left at that time, she didn't run too far away. Instead, she waited at a place. She was waiting for him. If Xiaoyao had chased after her and apologized to her, then she would have forgiven him. However, she waited there for an entire night, and Xiaoyao didn't come looking for her. At that time, her heart really seemed to have broken. That was the real reason why she had ignored Xiaoyao ever since. Xiaona, I'm not good at sweet-talking because it makes me feel hypocritical. That's why I brought this. Consider it as compensation for not looking for you in the past. Tang Wulin took out a small jade bottle and opened the lid. In that instant, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire venue. When the ordinary people in the spectator stands smelled this medicinal fragrance, they instantly felt refreshed, as if they had suddenly become 10 years younger. As for the soul masters and high-grade soul masters, they suddenly felt as if they had reached a bottleneck. This was especially true for the titled Doloa. There were many titled Doloa present. They had participated in the competition and were injured. However, after smelling this medicinal fragrance, their internal injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. What was more, the bottleneck that had been bothering them for many years was suddenly loosened. On the rostrum, the ancient Dieting's family stared with their eyes wide open. Sengoku Jokio had guessed that this was definitely something good. The medicinal fragrance alone was able to loosen the bottleneck of his super Doloa. This was definitely a rare treasure. As for the ancient Dietings and East Wind through the ages, they had sensed that this item was actually emitting an aura that transcended the mortal world. This was clearly something that belonged to God. A trace of longing flashed in their eyes. This was something that could possibly turn them into gods. Who wouldn't desire such an item? Tang Wulin poured the contents of the jade bottle into his hand. A golden pill rolled out and lay on his palm. The golden pill was emitting a strange medicinal fragrance, as well as a unique aura and luster. There were dragon-like patterns on the pill's body. At first glance, people could tell that this was something good. Tang Yuling's pupils suddenly contracted. She was extremely shocked. She didn't think that her original body would be able to refine this item. Her original body had tried to refine this item millions of years ago. However, due to the lack of an important ingredient, the refinement failed. She didn't expect that now. Gu Yuna was stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands, afraid that she would scream. This item, you're the legendary Tianruo Xiaoyao, the #1 alchemist in the universe? #1 alchemist? That's just an empty title. However, my name is indeed Tianruo Xiaoyao. This king has a pill recipe and ingredients. I need you to help me refine this pill. Oh, Dragon Source Holy Grass, Long Ling, I am mortal grade, Holy Dragon Heart, Ganoderma, 100 Dragon's Crown Fruit, Heavenly Dragon Crystal Grass. A bunch of good stuff. These are all rare ingredients. They're all good stuff. They're all good ingredients filled with dragon chi. Moreover, these ingredients only grow in dragons' gathering places. Looks like you have a great background. Let me guess, the Lord of Dragons, Dragon God? No. How did you know? It's not impossible for me to help you. However, please don't act so arrogant in front of me. I feel uncomfortable just looking at you. Oomph. This king is so arrogant, so willful. What did you do to me? Ha! Do you really think that I only know how to refine pills? Do you believe that if you fight with me, I can beat you within 10 moves? Ha! Alchemist, you're quite arrogant. Don't look down on alchemy. I'm an alchemist with max combat power. Oh, is that so? Then, boom. He transformed into a giant rainbow dragon. Fight with this king. If you win, if you refine that pill, this king can give you one. I don't see what kind of pill can be refined from these things. Looks like it's a pill formula that I don't understand. However, if you're looking for a fight, then you should really leave before I get angry. She was obviously here to refine pills, but a disagreement turned into a fight. The key point was that within 10 moves, she was called a dragon by Xiaoyao at that time. After losing, she fell into a coma for 1,000,000 years, lying on Xiaoyao's lap. After waking up, they became good friends. Xiaoyao also tried to help her refine the pill that was passed down from generation to generation. It was said that it could give the dragons who consumed it an unexpected opportunity. However, Xiaoyao failed at that time. Xiaoyao was also very shocked at that time. He was very confident in his skills, but he failed. However, even if he failed, it still couldn't stop him from becoming good friends with the dragon god at that time. Although the dragon god later had feelings that went beyond friendship. At that time, she said to Xiaoyao, "Remember, you still owe me this pill. Remember to return it to me in the future." After that, she asked Xiaoyao if he had a place to stay. After knowing that he was a wanderer, she brought the homeless Xiaoyao and his 7 subordinates to the god realm. After a long time, she saw him standing in front of her again. He actually completed that pill, the pill that existed in the Legend of the Dragons. This is... Gu Yuna's body began to tremble. The legendary pill that was passed down from the ancestral dragon tribe was now in front of her eyes. Ancestral dragon pill, I didn't expect it to be this thing. Tang Wulin smiled faintly as he looked at the pill in his hand. Now it's yours. He put the pill in his hand back into the jade bottle and didn't give Gu Yuna a chance to refuse. She couldn't refuse. He instantly came in front of her and stuffed it into her hands. You are. Gu Yuna's eyes turned red and tears flowed down. For what? For the promise we made. This promise, I did it, didn't I? Tang Wulin said very seriously. I also hope that you can forgive me, Xiao Na. You? Gu Yuna lowered her head. Idiot, I've never blamed you. Never, never, she murmured softly. However, Tang Wulin's hearing could even hear what you were thinking. Of course, he heard every word clearly. Finally, he smiled. The two of them finally broke the barrier in their hearts. Gu Yuna took the initiative to hug Tang Wulin. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to a long time ago. Below the stage, Tang Wulin looked at his brother-in-law and his girlfriend who wanted to hug each other. I want to cry. Whose shoulder can let a woman lean on? I want to cry. Guyu doesn't want me anymore. Brother-in-law doesn't want me anymore. Sob, 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 sob. My head is so green that I can let big gray wolf catch pleasant goat. Chinli. Touch head, don't cry. You won't be able to cry if I put a hat on your head. Why is it green again? I get mad at the sight of green now. You're too much. I can't be green anymore. Ahem. Discordant coughs sounded. After an imperceptible fluctuation of emotions flashed through Tang Yuling's eyes, she stood up from the throne. She looked at Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna and said indifferently, "It's very impolite to ignore others. You and Nana are flirting over there, but you've forgotten about me and every night. That's very bad. Dance spirit." Tang Yuling put her hands on her hips, and the aura of a queen faintly pressed down. What? On the rostrum, the Chingu family, as well as the audience, were all stunned. What was going on? Why did her grace's tone suddenly become strange? Furthermore, one had to realize that Her Majesty had always been rather indifferent toward this matter. But after Tang Wuling had appeared, she had completely changed her attitude. All of the intelligent people present could deduce the answer that they wanted to hear from her words. Tang Yuling and Tang Wuling knew each other. Wait a minute. Their surnames are both Tang, and their names are only one character apart. Could it be that they're related in some way? Sis, stop fooling around. Hurry up and come home with me. Why did you have to sneak out? Why did you purposely hold this matchmaking event? Tang Wulin said indifferently. Sis, sis, sis. The audience and the people on the rostrum couldn't close their jaws. He didn't. They're actually siblings. Huh, how naive. Do you think he'll go back that easily? Tang Yuling covered her mouth and smiled. Then what will it take for you to come back with me? Tang Wulin asked. Huh, take me back with your strength. Oh, I almost forgot. If you want to take me back, you'll have to deal with Nana and every night at the same time. Tang Yuling said with a smile. You want me to deal with all three of you at once. That's your goal, right? But that's not your only goal, is it? Tang Wulin's eyelids twitched. Tang Yuling clapped her hands and said with a smile, Clap, clap, clap. How are you so smart? You're really my brother. Yuling, I almost said on my goal. There's only one goal, and that's to marry you. Everyone was petrified when they heard the last sentence. Especially East whined through the ages. The elder sister marrying the younger brother? Oh my God, that's a forbidden love. He never thought that Her Grace would ask him to spend so much time and effort to hold this matchmaking event just to lure her brother out. Moreover, she seemed to want to use the matchmaking event to marry her brother. After all that time, it turned out that the matchmaking event was held by a sister who had a brother complex and wanted her brother to marry her. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.